Yeah, okay. All right, here we go. Something new for today. So now you know how it's going to flow. This is how it's going to go. I'm going to tell you about the app I made yesterday, which is called Level Lock. I'm going to break it down. Then I'm going to go to town on the new thing I'm going to build. And letting you know right now, I'm not focused on building the skills for this one. I'm focused on essentially perfecting my Claude MD file. So I'm going to start out by, on the new build, making it all about, so Claude MD is essentially making the process automated as much as possible. So I'm going to first see like how much I can automate of my building process with my Claude MD. And then I'm just going to essentially like try the new build and see what impact the Claude MD made. And if it works good, then I can automate it to make it better. If it doesn't work how I thought it was going to work, then I can automate it to fix the things that didn't work out like I thought. But essentially, I feel like I got a lot to go through today. So, hope you get some value off of what I had to say. Bringing you the first part with no delay. New project today. Yeah, it's going to be, I don't really know for sure yet, but I'm thinking something along the lines of some sort of like an investing journal, something where people can essentially just tell it like, hey, I'm about to make a buy or a trade, and here's my reasoning. And then after the trade, they can come back and they can tell how the trade went, and essentially it will coach you and not only be like a journal just for your own mind to kind of like get your thoughts down about like, it helps with like having a better understanding so that you understand why you're doing what you're doing and you're not just doing it like based off of like, a random like guess or instinct or something like that. You actually have logic behind what you're doing. So, yeah, getting into what it's going to be is the first thing you're going to see is the level lock. So, this is what I made yesterday, or I guess essentially I did finish it yesterday night. So, anyways, we had the level lock, and the level lock is basically a tool that sets up what would be called trailing stops. So it's going to show the current price. By the way, I just got in a trade on Bitcoin, like right down here. So like I can show you if I do this price, I'm guessing it's going to be probably too soon because it hasn't established any new lines. So let's see, where was that? I got in at about 65750. I'll just try that. Yeah, so there's not going to be enough data yet for it to set up. It hasn't basically created a line of support since I bought it. It hasn't been long enough. It's gone up but not far enough. So essentially, this would be something for the tool I made 2 tools ago, which would be the stop limit setter. And it would probably have me set my first stop limit right here, but I've already updated my stops to break even. I got Bitcoin and I got like 3 different altcoins. So like, for example, to use this one, this would be something where if you bought it in the past. So let's say I bought it down here, because it'd have to be at a price where you bought it below the current price for it to work. So yeah, let's say I bought it down at the bottom down here, or maybe even lower would make more sense because this is only going to show one line. So let's say it's somewhere down here, 64,000. Okay, that's a good one. So I'm going to try, let's say I bought it at 64,000 for Bitcoin, and you can do any crypto just searching up in the bar. So there I put in the price, and now it is showing me, at least for this chart, it's showing me the as much as it's showing. Like this shows me something right here that I should probably make this chart bigger, because right now this is like, only showing like about a little over a week of price history. And I can see now that after using this, that it makes more sense to show more price history, because then I would get more levels right now. But anyways, yeah, I put the tight. At least there's enough to show the tight. So like it's showing like right now, this is where I'd want to put my stop loss. And that's essentially where I bought it for like this trade right now. So then even more helpful, especially more on the beginner side, is like you can look at how much are you willing to risk. Essentially, I feel like this would make it easier for beginners to understand, to kind of put it in like betting terms. So like not like, a lot of beginners don't understand like that you can set these stop limits and like how to like set them up right to like risk the right part of your portfolio. So let's say I'm trying to only risk $10. Okay. So yeah, essentially if I'm putting that stop loss in there and I only want to risk $10, then it's showing me like how much profit I would make if I bought. Okay, and I can see here another kind of like error with this because this was based on the stop loss. So this is something I want to change too, because this would not be like how much you're risking. This would only be if you're like if you just bought it here and you want to know that. Okay, so that's another mental note I'm going to take down to make this better. And what I'm learning is a lot of these things, it'll like catch certain bugs, but then other bugs it won't catch. And those are kind of the bugs that I'm finding that or the problems that you don't really catch using it the first time. Maybe I have to use a tool like 5 or 6 times before I notice something like this. So this is helping a lot to just go through this like, not just after I make it, but like a couple days later and then look at it again. And the more you use it, essentially the more like deeper bugs you can find. So anyways, learning the basics, how it works to find support, the ratchet mechanism, um, 3 tiers, like all the different lines. So yeah, this is like a pretty good app that I just even running over it right now, I found ways to make it better for the future. I'm not going to worry about doing that right now because these are all MVPs and essentially it works to do like the main purpose of the job, which is to find the right trailing stops, which it did when I tried it. So anyways, that is that app. And now I'm going to go into essentially what would be the new project for today. The new build for today, I'm going to do the brainstorming to get the vision down right on what exactly I want before I go into VS Code and use Claude Code in the plan mode. So okay. Going into Gemini, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like tell it my idea and kind of just like have it break it down from business perspective. And I'm going to do the normal process, which is essentially to create this app the same way I would basically create a business. So, all right, what I want to do is some kind of trading journal or investing journal. It doesn't have to be just for trading. It can also just be for beginner investors. But essentially, what I want it to be is like, it would you'd start it up, it would show the date, and then you could say, like what asset you're buying, and what price you're trying to buy it at, and what was your logic for buying that particular asset and buying that at that particular price. So essentially, you can come back then after the trade is over, and you can say, I ended up selling it at whatever price, it made either a profit or a loss. I think maybe like this is something that hopefully I can program into the app so you don't have to tell it whether you made a profit or loss. It'll just know based on the you telling it what you bought and what the price was, and then it's seeing the day that you're making the end of the trade entry, and then you can tell it, what your mindset was off of selling it there, and then the app can essentially like give you some initial advice into like why it went well or why it didn't go well and what you should pay attention to in the future. But the most I think value from this app is going to come from using it over time, so that if a person uses it over time, then the app can pick up on more of their tendencies. find more of where their problems are and give them better answers to improve in the future. So essentially, let me know on what you think in regards to it being possible for me to build this, and any pros and cons that you see being major pros and cons to this. Um, Also, I want to know any suggestions that you have for features to add to this to make it better. Saying the investing journal is like the black box flight recorder in the trading world. This is often called a post trade analysis tool. Okay, I have not made any tools like this yet. Um, so from a technical standpoint, this is a CRUD app, create, read, update, delete, with a layer of AI logic on top. Using my current stack of Next.js plus ZooStand, this is highly achievable. So I'm going to look at some of the pros and cons. For the logic logging, this forces the pro is it forces the user to have a plan before clicking buy, which kills the impulse trading, as I was saying earlier. For the cons, it requires user discipline. If they don't log the entry, the app can't help. That's very true. um, Automated profit loss pro is fetching live prices through the API, makes the app feel pro and reduces manual math. And the API cost limits is the cons. I'll need a reliable price feed like CoinGecko or AlphaVantage. And yeah, right there it makes me think that I should just build this using crypto because of the API advantages to using the crypto information versus the stock information, because most of the free tier stock APIs that I've seen don't give you the exact current price. They try to like give it as soon as like, maybe 15 minutes behind what the current price is. But I mean, essentially, like I could make this for crypto, and then once I do like monetize everything and start using a paid API, I could make it for work for either stocks or crypto, or I mean assets like gold, silver, anything really. So we got AI Insights. It provides immediate, non-emotional feedback on a trade's success or failure. That's the pro, and the cons could be AI hallucinations. The AI might give a bad advice if the market move was a black swan event. Yeah, so there's certain things that like AI might not understand in certain moves, but I think that's just something that I'm gonna have to use the app over time and catch when it's doing that stuff, and then like reprogram it over time to make sure it's not doing it. So then you got trend tracking over time. It identifies if a user is revenge trading or panic selling or a whole list of other things. That's the pro. The con is data privacy. Users are sensitive about sharing their financial wins and losses. Um, yeah, I mean, I feel like the amount of data it's using isn't really that big of a deal, because like you're not going to be giving it like what platform you're buying the stuff on. So it shouldn't give anybody any information into like your like what exchanges you're using or anything like that. So I think that's very minimal. And suggestions to make it better, to turn this into a strategy game component for your central hub. That would be interesting, to make this more of a game, like gamify this. There could be a receipt screenshot, allows users to upload a screenshot of the chart when they enter. Seeing the vibe of the candles later is huge for learning. Confidence score at entry, have the user rate the confidence from 1 to 10. Later, the app can show them you actually made the most money on your level 6 trades and lose the most on your level 10 trades. The hindsight toggle, a feature that shows the user what the asset did 24 hours after they sold. See, that's part of what I want to go into too, so that it can look, if it's live and it can see this, then it can tell you, okay, well, you sold it here, but then it doesn't know till, a couple days later, it could tell you, you sold too early or too late, and it's going to need just more time to do that. So a tagging system using tags like FOMO, structural support, or news event. This makes the trending tracking much easier for your AI to analyze. So that one I don't really understand too much about it. I think that'd be something to just add at the end. Okay, so the strategic zero fluff pitch for Claude Code. When I'm ready to open the terminal and start the plan MD in the root folder, they're giving me a prompt to make it. I'm just gonna read through. I'm guessing that it doesn't exactly match my vision like usual. So I run AI. AI doesn't run I. I got to make sure it's not like trying to like, send me down the same rabbit hole that it sent everybody else who's had a similar idea. And I got to make sure that it stays to my vision and that I'm managing it and it's not trying to manage me and tell me what to do. Okay, so they got entry logic, user data logs, asset entry price, and the reason for trade. The exit logic, user logs exit price and emotional state at exit. The brain, the app calculates the profit loss automatically and uses an LLM to provide a debrief on the trade. And the database, it must store these locally or via Superbase to track user tendencies over time. Okay, so that's pretty much it. But this is like very basic. Like there's just more to it that I would add when I'm in the plan mode, I think. But yeah, that is kind of the most basic layout of what it is. So yeah, I just noticed the chat now. What's up, Kai? Good to see you again. And where else am I streaming right now? Is just I think I'm gonna check. I think it should just be here in Twitch. Yup, YouTube and Twitch right now. So I know I got a suggestion to look at some other platforms, but these seem to be the main two for what I'm doing. And yeah, still got a list of things I wasn't able to get to yesterday, so I'm gonna look into those free passes and also upgrading some of the stuff on Twitch for having more information like links and stuff on there for the audience there. I noticed that it helped a lot just putting in someone gave me some advice that I should put a category in for Twitch. I did that and I noticed I started getting more traffic after that. So, it looks like everything I kind of do to update things across these channels is going to make it easier for the right people to find me. And yeah, so I did forget about YouTube chat for a minute. I was just in the zone like doing my build and I didn't it was more like I had my chat bar like scrolled up to a message. So because it was scrolled up, it wasn't like updating. It was just showing where I like had it scrolled to. And then I didn't realize that I had to scroll it down to see all the messages that I missed. But yeah, I like talking to everybody in the chat and I'm gonna try to avoid from doing that again in the future because I didn't realize that if I scroll up, it doesn't automatically update the new messages. So yeah, I'm seeing them now, and I'll make sure it's scrolled down so it updates this time. All right. I guess the next step is gonna be to look for the number one problem and the pain points. What you think would be cool? Let me know. I always like to hear suggestions. If we could set up a text to speech tool for chat. Yeah. Oh, so that yeah. I have no idea how to do that, but I mean, now that I'm learning to program, like, sounds like that wouldn't be too difficult to program, I guess. And yeah, like that sounds like a really cool enough thing that I should take a note down and then kind of look into like how difficult or easy it would be to program something like that. And then that's an awesome tool. And I do remember you were talking about you're looking into like making tools for like starting a business of making tools for vibe coding. I mean, essentially that's a really good idea. I feel like I'm not I feel like in one way I feel like I'm not like at that level yet, but at the same time I'm already seeing like, something that doesn't exist, something that could exist. I mean, if it does exist, I don't know about it. But yeah, I mean like that's a good idea. And like really like it's like the gold rush, like the people who got the richest off the gold rush weren't necessarily the people who were mining for the gold. It was more the people who was selling the tools for the gold miners. So yeah, I think right now that's a huge opportunity is essentially like making tools for vibe coders or even like streamers. Maybe this is more like tool for a streamer than more for a vibe coder. But yeah, I see what you're saying. For like, I mean, that's good ideas, and I mean, you got good ideas like that, man. Definitely, we can look into more of something like setting something like that up, and even like then just like going and automating it so that um, so that we're doing the minimal work, so that Claude Code is kind of running the business for us. But yeah, that and I'm sure there's a lot of potential in something like that. So I'll keep that like kind of fresh in my mind. But yeah, that's good to think about. So I'm gonna go into the problems for this. I would like you to research the internet to find what the major problems and pain points are in regards to, new investors and also investors that either, I guess are using or are not using some kind of journal, and kind of list, what their pain points are that would make sense for them that a journal would solve them, or what their pain points are with modern journals that aren't covering, I guess, all their pain points. The vision for the investing journal hits on a massive gap in the current market. While there are plenty of trading journals built for fast paced day traders and portfolio trackers built for long term set and forget investors, there's very little that bridges the gap for someone learning the skill of strategy. Okay, so that's cool. So it sounds like what they're saying is the market right now, that there's like kind of two kinds of tools. One tool that's more for like day traders who are doing like, get in and get out of the trade really quick. I don't usually do that. Every once in a while, that happens, but I don't really plan it. Maybe I get in a trade and it just like takes off real quick, and I'm like, okay, that instantly hit my target. Now I can just get out. That does happen maybe like 5% of the time, 10% of the time. But mostly I'm trying to get in a trade and like ride the wave for at least a couple days until it's like I feel like it's like changing direction. I don't like sitting there and like trying to like that's just stressful for me, and it takes up way too much time where I feel like I could be doing better things. I want to just kind of watch the market, wait for it to do what it does, react to that, get in the trade, and then just kind of set it and forget it and like go work on other things. So then you've got a whole set of trading journals that are kind of portfolio trackers built for the set and forget investors that are more like, people who just like buy and hold for many years. But but there's nothing that exists right now from what it's saying for like learning the skill of strategy. So the major pain points, the biggest beginner problem is the why gap. Most new investors remember what they bought, how much they lost, but they completely forget why they did it. Yep, and that's why I was saying like to add that stuff into the journal. That's super important to add like the what was their reasoning behind what they did. So I think I see what that's saying, and that would make sense that this part isn't really addressed, because this would need like more of the AI implementation, and probably most of these journaling tools were made before AI got this good. So all it really does is kind of take the logic of where they bought and where they sold, and like tell them like, you made a profit or you made a loss, and um can probably do more than that, but it's not going to be able to really look into, mindset and then help them, coach them on strategy. So by forcing a logic entry at the start, I can turn a financial transaction into a hypothesis. If the trade fails, they can't blame the market. They have to look at their own reasoning. We got P&L blindness in modern journals. Most current journals focus 90% on the numbers, like win rate, profit factor, and Sharpe ratio, and 10% on the human. Okay, so this one needs to be more like, yeah, for strategy, that's more like what's going through the human's mind. Like, not so much, like, it sounds like there's already tools that focus like way more on like the actual trade itself, but this one needs to be like a teacher or a coach to the human that is like looking at their mindset and their decision making process. Okay, so that needs to be like the main focus. So, because like numbers don't tell you that you lost money because you were tired, stressed from work, revenge trading, and the modern journals are often too cold and technical for a beginner to stay consistent with. That makes a ton of sense. Okay, I'm seeing this a lot better. Your solution, integrating the mindset at this exit is huge. Oh, at the exit, so when you get out of the trade. Um, so I'd be tracking execution quality, not just result quality. A trade can be a loss, but still be a good trade if the logic was sound and the user stayed calm. Exactly. Um, so there's like so much to that it could like consider by combining the two that it sounds like is not already being done. Then you got friction and overchoice. Existing pro level journals are incredibly complex. The pain point, they're too complex for beginners. Beginners get dashboard fatigue. They see too many charts and metrics. So this needs to be like a very simple interface. The solution, a clean start date-based entry system, makes it feel more like a personal diary than a corporate spreadsheet. Yup, reducing the barrier to entry is the biggest competitive advantage. Okay, so then they've got some feature suggestions. Oh, awesome! So I see that that's Kai that's in the Twitch now. Same guy. So awesome. Um, Awesome. Yeah, let me know too if like if you're seeing any kind of, I don't understand Twitch too well. So if there's like any kind of like problems with the Twitch stream that you see that would make it better, let me know for sure. That would definitely help. So okay, I'm gonna write down the main pain points, which is the Y gap, but I feel like a better way to explain that um would be the like the trade mindset, trader's mindset. Um, okay, so like that's the main pain point, and the main solution is to make the number one kind of feature of this app more on tracking the trader's mindset than tracking like the actual like price when they got in, because that's going to be the easy part, and that's what most of these apps do is they're focused on like the price when they get in, when they get out, and what the market's doing. But that is not the main feature of this app. Okay, now I understand that part. This is helping me a ton with the vision. Feature suggestions to bridge the skill gap. So to make this a true learning game strategy, Gemini suggests adding some specific features like a pre-flight checklist before they can save an entry. Have 3 toggle switches. Did I check the higher time frame? Is there a news event today? Am I calm right now? Those are 3 good things to consider. Okay. Hindsight overlay. Since the app knows the exit date, have it fetch the price 1 week later. Show the user you sold at 100, but it's at 120 now. You were right about the asset, wrong about the exit. An AI pattern spotter. So after 10 entries, have Claude scan the text of their logic fields. So it could say, for example, like, I noticed that 4 of your last 5 losses mentioned FOMO or quick move in the logic. You're currently struggling with chasing momentum. And then an accountability partner. So have notifications. Like if they haven't logged a trade in 3 days, or if they have 3 losses in a row, have the app send a cooldown notification. Like take a break, the market will be here tomorrow. So yeah, that's a huge thing. And that's kind of like, I think in my opinion, like probably is going to have the most value, especially for beginners, because that's just a mindset thing that happens to most beginner traders where they overdo it. Um, they start doing stupid stuff based off of like bad trades. That whole list of things that can happen, and having some kind of like way to pick up on that for this tool that can kind of give people a warning. Yeah. Okay. It's like I gotta warm up my voice every day, but it's okay. All right. This is a high value build. Most traders fail because of psychology, not math. Exactly. By building an app that treats psychology as data, you're giving your users the master key to the markets. Um, it's giving me some examples for specific AI coaching prompts. Yeah, why not? Sure, let me know about what your specific AI coaching prompts are. Not really 100% sure on what they're saying, but I just wanted to see what they meant. This is where the AI part of your app moves from being a gimmick to being a legitimate performance coach. To make this work, you don't just want the AI to summarize a trade, you want it to interrogate the user's behavior. Here's 4 specific types of coaching prompts, the logic you'll bake into the backend that Claude will use to analyze those journal entries. So there's the logic versus the result audit. The goal is to separate good decisions from good outcomes. A beginner often thinks a winning trade was a good trade even if they broke every rule to get it. I understand that. The AI prompt: compare the logic for buying with the result. Did the user follow their stated strategy, or did they get lucky on a random move? If they broke their own rule but made money, warn them about bad habit reinforcement. So like the coach's output would be like, hey, you made a 5% gain trade here, 5%. But your logic was, I think it's going up rather than your 7 candle rule. Be careful, this is a lucky error that could lead to a big loss later. And this is like, I think I've said this before, is like one of the main problems that beginner investors have is getting lucky on their first few trades. And then they think they're just like, they already know what they're doing and they're really good. And then they start like, putting more money in, and then they find out that their luck runs out and they just got lucky, and then they're trying to figure out like, what happened. It's almost better to like have your first trades actually be losing, because then you realize actually like how difficult it is and like how much you still have to learn. There could be an emotional correlation scanner to analyze the mindset at exit. You'll definitely want to have the mindset at entry and exit. And this is saying across the last 10 trades, but I think it should be like across every trade. Like this should just like get better more and more as a person trades. Or even not even trading, just that they're just buying and holding. The coach's output: I've noticed that when you log, your mood is stressed from work. Your exit prices are 15% lower than your targets. Um, they might help to stay out of the markets on heavy work days. Hindsight bias, a reality check. Goal to stop the user from Monday morning quarterbacking themselves. Um, that's like not that big of a deal. Okay. So I think I pretty much got like the essentially my vision is down now, especially with like the extra features and like what this app should focus on. So I'm going to copy and paste this stuff onto a document that I can kind of go back and reference on the side. great. I got that done. So now I want to do the name. Help me decide on a name for this project. Essentially, I want something that's catchy, and I want something that has like the essentially what this app would do in the name of the app. So someone would read the app, they would understand, you know, that it's a trading journal that's primarily focused on like coaching the trader's mindset and improving strategy, so that it's based on like solving the number one problem or pain point that we found. Start with 20 possible name suggestions. Just notice the comments talking about working on an AI that controls the PC. Yeah, I've heard of people doing that. Definitely want to know how that's going, because the main thing, from what I understand, is like you just got to be real careful, because you know it could like go rogue or something, and then like do something that you don't want, that like delete files or something. You want to be able to use it when you're away from the workstation. Yeah, so like people can like just go on their phone and just get access to their computer, almost like Jarvis. And then you can put it on your tablet so that you can like remote control your PC from your tablet. That's awesome. I mean, that's huge for just being able to like get work done when you're not at your computer, if anything else. So yeah, there's a lot of definite advantages to that. But definitely the main thing I'm wondering about is like how safe is that with giving it access to everything on your computer, which is the main reason, from what I understand, that like people are mostly, what I'm hearing about is doing that with CloudBot or OpenClaw or whatever they call it. So that's why they get like their own like Mac Mini, or like do it on the cloud, so it's different from all their normal computer stuff. So so the main okay, the names for this project right here: Mindset Mechanic, the Logic Log, Zen Trader Journal, Strategy Surgeon, Pattern Pilot, Vibe Check, Trade Truth. I like Trade Truth Journal. Trade Truth Journal for sure. Okay, so I see you're using it in the cloud. Yeah, that seems like it makes way more sense. And the cloud is, like, from what I understand, a lot cheaper than Mac Mini. And from what I understand too, like, if there's no difference from using that stuff on the cloud, why would people even go and buy Mac Minis? Like, some people have told me that Mac Mini is more security, and other people have told me the Mac Mini thing is strictly like it's just trending, that people are like pasting or like posting like pictures of their Mac Mini, and that gets them like more views, because like CloudBot and Mac Mini together are trending. Like, I don't know. That's still what I'm trying to figure out. The main thing I don't understand. Okay. So we got Trade Truth Journal. All right, now I just want to do you call it subtitle. I decided to go with Trade Truth Journal. Create 10 possible subtitles that give a more like detailed explanation of what this tool does. Where strategy meets self-awareness, audit your ego, master the market. That was good. The AI-powered mirror for modern traders. Logic over luck, your AI trading coach. Debug your discipline. The post-trade analysis engine. It's way more than that. Transforming impulses into insights. The truth behind every tick. Quantify your mindset. Qualify your trades. That seems like more of an expert understanding. Stop guessing, start journaling, win consistently. I like that one. it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't really like go into more like of an explanation in regards to the pain point, but it's more of like what the result, like win consistently. Like I like that it shows the result there that this should give people. So um just gonna copy that, paste it. The Trade Truth Journal. Stop guessing, start journaling, win consistently. All right, so that's the planning process. Now I'm going to switch over to the code and start the building. Well, actually, yeah, so before I start the building today, I was saying earlier too, what I want to do is to really like get my Claude MD file dialed in. So I've already kind of got my Claude MD file like pretty dialed in as far as like making sure that all these apps that I'm making for this like first 30-day phase, the 30 apps in 30 days phase, are all like similar style and tone. But now I want to start putting stuff in the Claude MD based on like how I want my my workflow to go. So I'm gonna see like what's capable with this. Maybe it doesn't help at all. Maybe it makes it more confused. But either way, like I want to try this. I feel like this could like be like the biggest, essentially like the biggest number one. Like I'm just like I was saying, I focus on making like one change at a time to make things better, and I think this is like the most like highest value thing I could do to upgrade my process right now if it works. If it doesn't work, then I'll find out and I'll learn from it and I'll know what to do next time. But yeah, I definitely want to try this. So I got to create the new folder first and put the original Claude MD file in that folder. All right, so 30 finance apps folder inside the dev folder, and create a new folder in there, which is the trade truth journal. And copy and paste the Claude MD file into that folder, and then drag it into VS Code. Okay. Now I can see that that is there, and I'm going to set up my workflow. First, I'm going to do the terminal Claude Code. Okay, we got Claude going. Now I want to make sure the chat has both Claude Code and Codex. Yep, those are both working. And if you're wondering what my workflow is, I just started this new workflow a couple sessions ago, a couple days ago, basically. My old workflow was just one chat window. I started using just Claude Code. Well, I started using just Cursor and Gemini. Then that moved me to Gemini and Claude Code, and I would use the terminal. Then I switched to doing like plan mode and the build all in the same window on the chat mode. And now what I'm doing is doing the plan mode in the chat mode, doing the build in the terminal, and auditing the build in the Codex window. So what I want to do is essentially start by going into plan mode and having it update the Claude MD file to make my process better. So let's see how this works. I know I got to do Shift Tab to get to plan mode. Okay. So let's see. Just want to have a list of what I'm doing. Got some of the stuff written down behind me, and I put together a list right before this stream to essentially have everything together. All right, here we go. Okay, today before I start building the project, what I want to do is to have you update the sprint rules MD file. Essentially what I want to do is make this file updated so it has more of the process down and my workflow down, so that I can cut out things that I used to automatically have to do, or I'm sorry, that I used to manually have to do, and so that I can do them automatically. So the first thing I'm looking at is in regards to starting a project in plan mode. I want to update the Claude MD so that I start in plan mode and then I plan out the project. And once I'm finished with plan mode, I want Claude Code to show me the plan and have me verify it and make sure it's good. And if I don't think it's good, then I can tell them to make certain changes. And once I say that I'm good with the plan, I want a plan MD file to be created and put in the main folder for the project, so I can see it right there with like the Claude MD, or in this case the Sprint Rules MD, which is the Claude MD basically. So that is the first change I want to make to the Claude MD file. So what I want you to do is kind of like tell me like what you understand of these changes, and if it's right, then give me an option that I can tell you it's good, and then you can make that change into the Sprint Rules MD file. So yeah, the reason I was doing this was because I was like trying to tell Claude to do this manually when I would start planning. I would tell it, once you're finished with the plan, go ahead and come back and check it with me and make the plan MD file, but it wasn't coming back and like checking with me. It was just like starting the project. So always start in plan mode, plan and present your review, iterate until you approve, save approved plan as plan MD in the project root folder next to Sprint Rules MD. I'm gonna say other because there's things I want to add to that, which is essentially that it doesn't start the project. Just make sure that's everything that's right. Yes, that is correct. There's only one thing that I want to add to that, and that's that I do not want you to actually start the building process in plan mode. I'm going to be doing that building process in a different terminal window. Got it. So the plan mode session ends after creating plan MD. No building happens in that session. You'll take the plan to a separate terminal window to execute it. But I shouldn't even have to take the plan to a separate window, like if it's in the plan MD. But I'm surprised it doesn't understand that. But anyways. All right, so I'm doing that part. And it's saying that the workflow rules should be at the top, and then like the style and everything will be at the bottom. That makes sense. All right, so the next thing I want to do, I'm going to ask Gemini for help on this because this is going to be more detailed. All right, I am updating the plan MD, or I'm sorry, not the plan MD, but I am updating the Claude MD file in Claude Code plan mode right now. And I want your help on how to explain to it what I should do with the building process and the auditing process. So essentially what I'm doing right now manually is I'm, telling the terminal Claude Code to build step 1, and then when that's done, I'm copying and pasting the results to you and asking you for a prompt that I can give to Codex to audit the whatever step that was. And then when Codex is done, I'm copying and pasting its its explanation of what the audit did to you, and you're making me a prompt that I can give back to Claude Code in the terminal to fix whatever it found in the audit. So what I want to do is I want to make this so whenever I tell Claude Code in the terminal to, you know, build, whether it's one step or multiple steps of the build, once it finishes doing the steps I tell it to build, it will come back and giving me basically a report of what it built. And then it also gives me a prompt that I can give to Codex so that it knows exactly what to look for in the audit. And that prompt will also include that it just does a general audit as well as the specific things that it told it to look for. So then what I want is after I give that prompt to Codex and Codex does the audit, I want Codex to explain to me what it found, and then I want Codex to write a prompt for me that I can give to Claude Code that will fix the problems that it found. So basically explain to me how I should explain this to Claude Code plan mode so that it correctly updates my Claude MD file. If this works how I want it to work, then this is going to be money. This should speed up my workflow process by a ton. So this is where I'm going from using AI to orchestrate a system to essentially building a multi-agent pipeline where the output of one Claude Code becomes the instruction for the next codex, and the feedback from that audit loops back to fix the original work. That's a good way to explain it. To make this work seamlessly in Claude MD, I need to define two specific protocols, the post-build report and the audit fix loop. Okay, so I should put this in like two parts. Okay. Copy and paste this specific instruction into your terminal. This tells Claude exactly how to rewrite its brain for the 30-day challenge. Okay, so this is easier than talking to it. I'm just going to copy and paste this plan in. If it doesn't show up on the screen when I paste it, then I'll just tell you guys what it says. But actually, I should just read it first anyway to make sure I'm not just blindly trusting Gemini. Okay. The post-build report protocol. After completing any build task, single or multiple steps, you must generate a build context report in the terminal. The report must include summary of changes, what was added, modified, the files and the logic, known risks, any potential edge cases or vibe-coded shortcut taken, the Codex audit prompt, a pre-written prompt I can copy-paste to Codex. It must instruct Codex to perform a general audit of the new code, check specifically for insert custom risk that it identified, and output findings in a format that identifies the specific file and line number. The audit fix protocol. You must acknowledge that your work is not done until the audit fix loop is closed. When I return with the Codex audit results, your priority is to analyze the audit report, propose a fix for every high or medium risk identified, wait for my approval before applying the fixes. Universal context, always assume we're building for the Trade Truth Journal Hub. No, I don't want that in there. Ensure all code is modular and audit ready. Okay, so I'm doing everything except for that last part. So you can read that if you want. Anyone in the audience that wants to read this one. That's it right there. And then should have the second part. Or is that all of it? Okay, so what it added is a post-build report protocol. After every build task, I must output a build context report with summary of changes, known risks, and a copy pastable Codex audit prompt that targets those specific risks and requires a request file plus line number output. And audit fix protocol, work isn't done until I bring back the Codex results. I analyze the findings, propose fixes for all high medium issues, and wait for your approval before touching anything. And then I need to also have the part for what Codex is going to do. Okay, so I gave that prompt to Claude Code plan mode, and it said that it implemented it, but this looks like just for like what I want Claude to give me that I can give to Codex. Now I need another prompt that I can show what Codex should give me after it finishes the audit that I can give to Claude Code. So essentially, Codex will finish the audit, it will list what it found, and then it will create a prompt for me to give to Claude Code to make the fixes in the terminal. This is the second half of the bridge. While the Claude MD update tells Claude how to talk to Codex, we now need to give Codex a permanent instruction set so it knows how to talk back to Claude Code. Yep. Should save this prompt somewhere easily accessible like a pin note or a file named Auditor Instructions MD so you can paste it to Codex every time you start an audit. Okay, so there's something I don't understand before I give it that prompt. So before I give this prompt to Claude Code plan mode to update the Claude MD file, you mentioned that I should put this in like an auditor instructions.md file. So essentially I'm wondering, like, is this all stuff that I'm doing today that I should be putting in a different file than the Claude MD file that has like the style and the tone and that kind of stuff? Or is it okay to have them all in the same Claude MD file? Because what these are going to be for is for the 30 apps in 30 days that I'm working on, and then I will probably change it for like the next phase for a different Claude MD. Keep the core protocols in Claude MD, but put the auditor prompt in its own file. So Claude MD should be the brain and the tone. Keep this here. The file should contain anything that dictates how Claude behaves and how the project is structured. Like the tone, the styling, the build step rule. So like the part I already did, but I'm not understanding why it thinks the codex prompt should be different. So it's saying Claude needs to know at all times that it has to generate that report. If it's not in Claude MD, it will forget after a few messages. So for auditor instructions MD, the clipboard file, move the long codex prompt here. This is a file I keep open in a VS Code tab just so I can copy and paste from it. I don't understand that. Like why wouldn't, like that kind of defeats the point. If I'm going to copy and paste from that, then I want it to automatically do it. I could have already done the copying and pasting. Okay. I don't need Claude Code to read this. Codex needs to read it. Putting it in Claude MD just wastes space. Oh, so I should have different files for each. That makes sense. So essentially this should be like a codex MD file. Let me clarify this. So is what you're telling me basically that the professional way to do this is to have a Claude MD file that will be about like the style and everything, and then the instructions for Claude for like how it should generate a prompt for codex, but then I should have another file that is like a codex MD file that is going to be for like how codex should generate the results, and then create a prompt that I could give to Claude. And the way I should keep things separate in the future is having like a separate Claude MD file and a separate codex MD file. Or even if I were to use like Gemini in the future for vibe coding, I would have a separate Gemini MD file. Oh yeah, so yeah, I just noticed a comment about the free trial thing for Claude Pro. No, sir, I didn't get a chance to do it yesterday, but um, it should be pretty easy. Hopefully I can get it done. If not tonight, tomorrow. I'm just kind of feeling like I'm kind of behind right now, but just gotta work more. So that's no big deal. Just got a list of things to do, but I'll get through. Making sure I always stay focused on the main thing first every day. So at least I kind of do a pretty good understanding right now. I think this was major. This is especially major for like any beginners out there that are vibe coding. So I just came to like understand the modular orchestration strategy. Think of it like a professional sports team. The players change depending on the game. What? Most teams don't play different games, but anyways, put the playbook, the MD files, put the playbook, which is the MD files, ensure everyone knows exactly how to move. That's a horrible explanation. I feel like, man, Gemini's got some really bad analogies. Anyways, separating these files isn't just about staying organized, it's about complex context optimization. So like, yeah, basically if you're using more than one, like how now I'm using Claude Code and Codex, I should have a Claude MD file and a Codex MD file, but I shouldn't be telling the Claude MD file what to do, what have Codex do essentially is what they're saying. Um, but then implementation steps for today in Claude Code plan mode, update your Claude MD to focus on the style and the reporting protocol, telling it to generate the prompt for Codex. That's what I did. Okay, in the root folder, create Codex MD. I can just tell Claude to do that and paste that universal auditor prompt I gave you earlier. Can you write a prompt that I can give to Claude MD, or I'm sorry, Claude Code plan mode, that will have it create the Codex MD file and then tell it how Codex should work when I give it the prompt from Claude Code? It should go and do the audit, and then when it finishes the audit, it should give me like a normal example of what it found, but then also go and create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code in the terminal that will fix the specific problems that it found. So yeah, that got me thinking. Like originally, I told it for the Claude Code part, I told it like you're not done until I come back with the instructions for what I want you to fix. But what if it doesn't find anything to fix? That's something that I'll have to just go with when I get there, I guess, and then I can change it. Because what I'm finding out about all this stuff is like it's probably not going to be perfect from the start. Like you just have to use it, and then you find like areas where it doesn't work, and then you can like upgrade it over time. So essentially, like this is goes back to like creating systems like you would in a business. Okay, so I got a prompt that says I want to formalize our multi-agent audit loop. Do these steps. Create a codex MD in the root directory. He'll instruct Codex to act as a senior security and performance auditor, analyze code for logic flaws, math errors, and vibe coding shortcuts. After listing findings, Codex must generate a fenced code block containing a Claude Code fix prompt. This prompt must be written so I can paste it directly back into the terminal to fix all identified issues. So you got to update the Claude MD, add a mandatory post-build protocol section. After every build task, I must provide a summary of what was changed. But I already did that. Generate a specific audit request prompt. Yeah, so now it's just Gemini's being weird and going in circles trying to always tries to like add extra stuff that I don't want, and like I definitely like learned my lesson in the past from just blindly like copying and pasting what it gives me, because it's always seems like it tries to add something to like throw everything off if I don't catch it. Okay, so it should basically be just part one. So I'll let you guys see what I'm telling it to do. Alright, so just checking my notes to see if I got everything there. The last thing I wanted to do was about the file structure. So the last update to my Claude MD file that I want to make today is in regards to creating the file structure. So what it was doing with the last few builds was like it would create the plan MD, and then I would start with step one in the terminal, and then it would start building usually the file structure, but like not the whole thing at once. And in the past, what I would do is I would have it do like the first step would be creating the entire file structure at once. So what is the professional way to do this in regards to like, you know, do I create the entire file structure first? Do I just create it like piece by piece? Is it different depending on the project? Let me know what you think. The world of vibe coding, the way you handle file structure can either give you a clean map or a tangled mess. So this is important. The professional approach, framework first, folders second. In a professional setting, we rarely create every single file at once. Instead, we use a hybrid approach. Skeleton first, you define the core folders and the high level configuration files. And then just in time creation, you create specific feature files like entryform.tsx only when you're actually building that step. Okay. So if you create 50 empty files at once, Claude can get lost or start hallucinating where things should go. If you build them piece by piece, Claude stays focused on the context of that specific feature. Now they got a prompt for me to upgrade the Claude MD for the file structure. So they suggest adding a project scaffolding protocol to the Claude MD. This ensures that Claude always builds the foundation before the walls. So here's the prompt: update Claude MD with the scaffolding protocol. The foundation step. Step 1 of every new project must be scaffolding. In this step, you must create the core directory structure, initialize global configuration files, verify that the project runs with a hello world state, and the rule is progressive file creation. Do not create empty files for future steps. Only create the files necessary for the current step being executed. This keeps the workspace clean and prevents AI context drift. So the rule: the directory map, every time you finish the scaffolding step, output a clean ASC2 directory tree so that I can see the structure in the terminal. All right. So this is a scaffolding protocol for Claude MD file that I'm going to show you guys right here. This is the prompt. And yeah. Okay, I know what the next question is for Gemini. So that's all the changes that I wanted to make for now for the Claude MD and Codex MD files. And now I'm ready to start plan mode for this trade truth journal. Do I need to tell it that I'm like switching over to start the plan MD file? Or should I just tell it, like, just start talking to it like, yeah, I'm trying to build this project called Trade MD. Is there any like kind of transition thing I need to do? Cause I'm still in Claude Code plan mode, and I want to switch from updating the Claude MD files to start actually like doing the plan so it can make the plan MD file. Probably not that big of a deal, just making sure. Since I'm already in plan mode, there's nothing I really need to do. Okay. But there is a strategic way to transition to ensure Claude realizes the operating system has changed and it's time to follow the new rules I just wrote. The best way to do this is give it a clear transition command. This forces Claude to read the updated Claude MD file and apply the new protocols immediately to the Trade Truth journal. That's good to know. Okay. So essentially, I had it update these files. Now I'm just telling it, like, make sure you read these files. I'm about to start a new project, and I want to make sure you read them and are like applying them. So I finished creating the Claude and Codex MD. We're now officially starting step 0 of Trade Truth Journal project. Please read the new instructions in Claude MD and generate the plan MD in the root directory for this build. Our goal is to create an MVP that focuses on entry logic. Okay. Yeah, so I'm giving it not enough info right now with this. I'll just tell it, like, I see how this is wrong. I'm just going to tell it what it needs to know. So, yeah, I just noticed something in the comments. It says face blue smiling. I don't really know what that means. Maybe that's like some kind of like suggestion for like style or something, but yeah, either way, I don't really understand. If you want to give me like more context onto what that means, that would help, but just letting you know I'm not really sure what you're trying to say, I guess. Okay, so getting started. Okay, so now I've updated the Claude MD and Codex MD files, and I'm ready to start the plan mode and planning process for the app that I'm going to make right now in this folder, which is called the Trade Truth Journal. The subtitle for this app is Stop Guessing, Start Journaling, Win Consistently. Oh yeah, that's right. If I click on something else, it stops. Yeah, I need that tool that doesn't stop when I click on something else. So, oh, what's up, man? Face green, smiling, face blue. That's cool. Um, Either way, it sounds like good vibes, so no worries either way. But yeah, just not really sure what you're trying to say. But yeah, what's up either way? Respect. Pick up yourself. Vibes are good as it should be. So, just making some new changes today. Just made some changes to my MD files that I think should make my workflow a lot better. And I'll see once I start working how well they worked. But hopefully it does what I want it to do. All right. The subtitle for this project is Stop Guessing, Start Journaling, Win Consistently. So right now, like what it says in the Claude MD is I want you to go into plan mode, and I'm gonna tell you what I want for this app, and essentially after that I tell you what I want. I want you to interview me and ask me any questions to clarify anything you don't understand. And then once you're done interviewing me, create essentially the plan and stop so that I can review it. And after I review it, then you will be creating the plan MD file. And after you create the plan MD, do not start creating the actual project. And all that is written in the Sprint Rules MD, aka Claude MD file. But I just wanted to remind you also so that you follow those rules. So with this app today, the main beginner pain point that this is based off of, that I'm creating this app, is that when beginners invest or make trades, that without a record of logic, a loss to them usually just seems like bad luck and a win seems like good luck. So this is going to create moments where essentially a person realizes, like, you know, maybe for example, they keep buying things just because they're trending on X or Twitter, or that maybe they always have bad trades when they're having a bad day. Essentially, like, there's going to be the main feature is for when a person gets into a trade, that they give, like, the standard information based on the trade, like, what did they buy, and what price did they buy it at. But more importantly, what this app is going to do is look into their mindset. So it should be asking them questions like, how are you feeling today? Like, are you tired? And like, what was your mindset behind making this buy? What are your goals for this trade? Essentially, like, all the, like, the mental psychology things that a good trader would want to know before they get into a position. And then when they sell, then they would come back and essentially, say like what they sold, what the price was when they sold, and then give a whole like set of information based on their mindset, based on like why they made that decision to sell there. And it will automatically go ahead and tell them, give them some kind of analysis, um what happened with the trade, like a quick analysis based on like the technical parts, like, did they make a profit, was it a winning trade, how could they have like made the trade better from a technical aspect. but then more thorough analysis like on their mindset and the psychology part of the trade. And this is not just something that it will be like, individual, like each trade is like a blank slate. Like I want this to remember the person over time, and it's going to check. So like the next time they log in, it'll not only like read through what their mindset was in the past when they were doing things, but also like the last time they sold, how has the price updated since then, and was that actually like a good time to sell? So it can go back and get more information to give them like a more thorough understanding for how their trading is going and how their decision process, is it actually like right or wrong, are they selling too late or too early? But also mainly it'll pick up on psychology and mindset stuff over time, and it'll be like basically like a trading psychology coach. So I'm gonna I'm just gonna make sure that I've got like everything that I want included in that. That seems to be like most of it. And I tried to stay focused on telling it like what I want it to do, like how the logic works. And let's see here. All right. Oh yeah, okay. Like having a pre-flight checklist. Um, yeah, that should be added in. Now tell you some of the extra features that I want to add. I would like to have a checklist before a person can log in an entry. They need to check off, did they look at the higher time frames before they made the trade? Are there any news events today that could affect the trade? And are they calm right now? And let me know if you have any suggestions in this like line of thought for things to check off before a person makes a trade. Essentially, I want to have, for more specific, to like find people's patterns and their like tendencies. Wait till after 10 different trade entries have been made before it can give them like more of a long-term analysis, because I think anything under 10 trades is not going to be enough information. And also, if a person hasn't traded in a while, or if they have like say 3 or more losses in a row, then there should be like some kind of notification that can tell them that maybe they should be more cautious or take a break, especially if they've had a bunch of losses in a row, and remind them not to, do any kind of revenge trading, or common things that people do psychologically when they're having a bunch of losing trades. So also too, it's going to be like looking to separate good decisions from good outcomes. So like, even if the person got in a winning trade, it should be checking like, did they make the right steps before they get in the trade? Were they in the right mindset? And if they, didn't do things right and it was just a lucky trade, then it should tell them that. And if they got in a losing trade but they did everything right, then it should essentially tell them that. Also, when you analyze the mindset of the person at entry and exit, across, like, when it gets to be more than 10 trades, you should look for, like, is there a recurring emotion that consistently appears before like a win or a loss. So yeah, let them know their mindset, that like when they make winning moves and when they make losing moves. All right, interview me now based on this information. All right. So the first thing I'm checking to see is to make sure that after it interviews me, that it doesn't just, first I guess would be to make sure that it checks with me after it creates the plan before it starts like doing anything, and it shouldn't try to start building in this plan mode. Um, this is a brand new project, so there's not much to explore. Okay. What tech stack? Where should the user data be stored? Say where they recommend it. What markets are your users trading? Okay. Yeah, so I think yeah, that's what I'm wondering. The main thing, like I want to do it for all markets, but what I understand, the stock APIs aren't that good. So I'm gonna build this for crypto only. And and then if people use it, then I can upgrade it to also have stocks and other assets. For the pre-trade checklist, you mentioned 1, check higher time frames, 2, news events today, and 3, feeling calm. Here's some additional suggestions. Which one would you like to include? Have a stop loss set. Is this in your trading plan? Risk reward ratio defined. Position size calculated. Okay, those are all good. I'll be right back. Oh, I just noticed that comment talking about they're doing the same thing. I think what they mean is like how like updating the Claude MD files. So yeah, that's awesome. Trying to treat it like a Google search. Okay. Yeah, that's a good something good to add that I never thought of. Now you're deploying Claude GSD framework and oh my open code. So that stuff I don't understand. That stuff I don't know about. And Yeah, if you wanted to like explain that more, that's awesome. Otherwise, I'll just remember to take a note on that real quick. Um, does the app need user authentication, sign up, login, or is this a single user app where one person uses it on their own device? Um, yeah, there should be a sign up and a login, I think, because then I'm not sure about this actually, because essentially it doesn't, I don't think it needs a sign up or a login, but I just want to make sure that it's like following, one person over multiple sessions. Uh, okay, I need to do other. I'm not really sure for this one what I should do. So essentially, I wanted to make sure that it can like remember people over time. And if this is possible without doing like an email password sign up, let me know. And I would probably do it that way depending on how it works. But if to remember someone over time it needs them to have a sign in, then then essentially like they could sign in, but yeah, let me know what you think. So it's already going to ask me about something else. Okay. So for the AI analysis of trades and psychology patterns, what should power that? I'm gonna have the Gemini API because I don't have a subscription there because it's a free API. Because just not used to like my security is probably not tight yet, so I don't want to put in any paid APIs yet on stuff I'm building. I'm going to use my Gemini API key. For the retrospective price check, going back to see if selling was the right call, how far back should it look after an exit? Um, I mean, it should just be looking back from the current time to when they exited to see if the price went up or down. Oh, I see. Yeah, check price at 1 day, 1 week, and 1 month after the sell. Yeah, that's good. How should the loss streak warning be delivered? Um, in-app banner modal. Yeah, I guess so. All right. Oh, now it's going into the things I didn't understand. I thought I just skipped it. Okay. Since the database needs to know who the data belongs to, here's the lightest auth options that still let the app remember someone over time. The user enters an email, gets a login link, no password to remember. Simple real auth with Superbase. Um, can do a or else email and password. Um, then anybody could, if there's no password, then anybody could like put in someone else's email. So I should do email and password. For Gemini API, which model do you want to use for the psychology trade analysis? I have no idea. So not sure. You pick. For the crypto price data API, checking current prices, historical prices for hindsight analysis, which do I prefer? Do the CoinGecko recommended. 30 calls a minute should be fine. I thought Binance was like no limit, but we'll see how this works. I don't understand why I would not recommend Binance this time when that seemed to work good in the past, but okay. So I like how this is getting more thorough. I feel like the last build, especially, it didn't ask me enough questions, and if it had asked me more, it would have like turned out better. Okay, when the user logs an entry, what trade details should they fill in? Coin token name, entry price, position size, trade type, stop loss price, take profit target, source of the idea. Yeah, those are all good. For the psychology questions at entry, here's what I'm planning to ask the user. Does this feel right? How are you feeling right now? Emoji scale. That's cool. Energy level. Well rested to exhausted. Confidence in this trade. Why are you making this trade? What's your goal for this trade? Any external pressure, like FOMO, revenge trading, boredom, tip from somebody else. Yeah, those are good. What should the main dashboard show when a user logs in? Full overview, I guess. All right. Yeah, I like when I first had this like first idea. I feel like, if I had just came onto Claude Code and just told them my original idea, it wouldn't be as half as good as it is, because I did a first step of went on an LLM and kind of like ran through my idea, looked up pain points that would apply to it best to like focus on those certain pain points, and ask it for suggestions on like things to add and take out, stuff like that, and really like kind of get my vision right before I came on Claude Code with just like the very simple, like, this is a trading app that helps people make better trades and like, tracks them over time, because there's still so much more to this, from like making it like a business standpoint, and provide, and not only that, but even more important, focusing first on how can it provide the most value possible. um Got to make sure that I keep my main focus not on, how can I make the most money with this, but how can I provide the most value possible. And I just thought of another kind of feature I could add to this, is essentially that it could give me information based on like where most people are failing, so that I would have a better idea on like what tools to create to help people and provide more value. And now that I think about it, I don't think that's probably not something better for this specific app, but more better for like when I wire up the hub for everything, so it can like provide me with as much data as possible that I can use to make sure that I'm providing more value to the essentially the users. And yeah, there's so much to this with the coding and doing it from a business perspective, that like anybody can learn to code and learn to vibe code and learn to build stuff, but are you building it in a way that that is like it's like a business. If you're planning on monetizing it, you know, if you're planning on just using it for yourself, then that's different. But I mean, I guess a better way to put it is how can you provide the maximum amount of value to the most amount of people with these apps or with whatever you're building. And if you have that mindset going into it, then I think you'll create something that's much more different than simply just focusing on like what problem are you trying to solve with the app. So it's not only like what problem is this solving, but um, how can this provide the most value to the most amount of people. All right, the plan is designed. They're going to write it to the plan file now. But I told them to tell me to check it first before they wrote it, but we'll see what happens. Because I remember how I did it last time before I added these rules. And this is going to be interesting to see how well it follows the new rules. All right, I'm going to sit down for a minute. All right. Accept the plan. Oh, awesome. They did give me the plan before I could accept it. Wait. Usually they give me a way more detailed plan, but this is fine for right now. All right, yes, and auto accept. Awesome. Well, it says it's doing what I want it to do, but I'll see if it actually does it. Cause last time, like the main thing, like I didn't put it in the plan MD or in the Claude MD file, but I just told it like, you know, after you create the plan, then make a plan MD file and then stop. But it did not do any of those things just by telling it to. But by putting it now in the Claude MD file, awesome. It put the plan MD and it also put in the right spot. Before it was trying to put the plan MD in some like random folder where I couldn't easily access it from the VS Code dashboard, I guess you would call it. Okay, so the plan MD is being created in the project root per the project startup workflow and sprint rules. They're stopping here, no building in this session. You can take this plan to a separate terminal window and tell Claude to execute step one. Yes, it's doing what I wanted it to do. That's the first part. Now is going to be, does it do what I want it to do with the terminal and codecs? Awesome. I see in the comments, the AI bro build the project. I don't know. And every AI bro do the same. Yeah, I would have to say I don't know what that means either. So, um, that was interesting. Yeah, if you could explain that more, I'm sure I could like get some value out of it, but I really don't understand what you're trying to say. But either way, yeah, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're doing good and hope you get some value off of what I got to tell you. So, all right, so now I'm ready to start with the actual build in the terminal. So I'm going to tell it to, let's see if they call it steps or phases this time. Can check out the plan MD first too. Ten steps, awesome. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to copy and paste these build steps into Gemini and ask it which steps it thinks I can do together, or if I should just do all 10 steps separate. Because before it was telling me like some steps make sense that I could put them together, but some of them, if they're like different things, that I shouldn't try it. So I'm gonna see what it thinks. All right, I'm going to paste the plan MD, or at least the plan part of the plan MD, and I want you to let me know what steps, if any, you think I could have the terminal build together, or do you think it's better that I build it one step at a time? So yeah, I just learned this stuff like pretty much like because this is a new workflow. Like on the last build, I just started like kind of seeing how like I'm doing certain things manually, and I was like, talking to Gemini, like, what suggestions do you have for me to automate more of my workflow? And after like talking back and forth with them, I kind of came to this like understanding that I should do this stuff with these different MD files. So far, the first phase of it worked, and I'm pretty happy about that. So yes, I could definitely group some of these steps to speed up the process. However, because you're using a new audit loop, you don't want to group so much that the audit report from Codex becomes like a 50-page novel that Claude can't handle in one fix. So do 1 and 2 together, 3 and 4, one step at a time, 5, 6, and 10 because they're all heavy logic. 7 and 9 can go together. They didn't say 8, so that doesn't make sense to do 7 and 9 and skip 8. But hey, at least the main part I can do 1 and 2 together, 3 and 4 together, and then 5, 6. Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10 should probably be separate. Okay. All right, so I'm going to tell terminal to build step 1 and 2. Here we go, starting the creation. And so if you're new and you don't know why I'm doing this workflow this way, essentially I'm doing Claude Code plan mode with one window, and the main reason is all about context. So the reason I'm doing the build in the terminal and it's just referencing the plan mode or plan MD file is because this keeps the context way down, so I don't have to compact the conversation, makes less errors, and I'm right now it doesn't really matter because these projects aren't that big for using tokens, but in the future when I'm building more detailed and complicated stuff, having this professional workflow down where I'm doing the build in the terminal like this, it's quicker to build it in the terminal, and it's going to require less tokens for mainly the reason of not having to compact and remember so much when I was doing in the past in just one window. So I noticed I'm looking at some comments again. Someone just found me on the live. What kind of application am I building? Okay, so right now what I'm building is this one is called the Trade Truth Journal, and essentially it is for investors. And it's going to be a journal for like when they buy and sell stuff. They just enter like information. Um, One being based on like what they bought, how much it cost at the time, what the date was, and then more importantly is going to be more like what was their mindset behind it. Um, because what I found when I researched the market for this is like most trading apps are all about like basically teaching people like based on like did they buy and sell at the right time, um stuff like that. But this, where there's a need in the market, is more for like the trading psychology and the trading mindset and investing mindset. And that makes like so much sense to me because that's something that takes the longest to kind of like figure out as an investor, to understand like where your own mind gets you into problems, really, because that's where the most problems are going to come when it comes to investing. Like, I mean, everything is pretty simple, but there's a reason that the best investors are the people who have so much money that money doesn't even matter to them anymore. So money's just a number. So when money like matters to you and like you like, it causes your mind to mainly have like fear and greed based on certain things, and that's what gets most investors, especially beginners, into problems, is because they can't master their own like psychology. So that's what this is gonna do. Um, no doubt. Glad you understand. And I'm gonna keep like I've got a list of all the. Looks like you're on YouTube. See, I've got a list of all the tools I've made so far. I believe there's like 22 of them right now that are all in the description on YouTube. Also got the link for the Discord on there, and also got the what else was on there? The link for my GitHub, and all these right now are open, so anyone can go look at them and see what the code is. Anyone can use all these for free right now. When I do monetize them in the short future, I'm not sure how that will be structured, but like these are all MVPs, so when I monetize them, I'll make them a lot better, and then I'll make the code private. But for right now, everything is free for the audience to use. I would just hope, like in return, if you could like give me some advice, like based on what you think. Um, did you like it? What do you think could make it better? What don't you like about it? Certain things like that. But I have tracking, so mainly I can just tell like, how often people are using it, what are they clicking on, and that'll give me the main like data that I need in regards to like what apps are people's favorite apps, what apps don't people like, and then of course it would make the most sense to improve the apps that people use most, and most likely like make those the paid tier. Probably is how I'll structure it for however the hub works. But yeah, I got a lot of really good ideas for like the next phase. I'm just not sure. The next phase for the challenge, like this first phase, is me making 30 apps in 30 days of live streaming. So I'm already more than 2/3 of the way done with these apps, and yeah, it's going to be a journey. So glad everyone is here to tune in and see. Um, even see. Okay, yeah. I was just making sure because it looked like making sure that it looked like it finished step one, and now it's like going on to step two. Making sure that it didn't try to give me all the information for the audit, that it's waiting until it finishes step two. So essentially, also, if you're just tuning in, I started this by making some updates to my MD files to make this process better. So in the past, my MD files were, or I only had one MD file, and basically it was all about like the style and the tone to make sure all these 30 apps are like similar in style and tone. But now I'm starting to add rules to the MD file for the build process to make it flow a lot smoother. take away things I had to do manually and have it do automatically. And essentially, I feel like the core of this process is way more professional than when I started. But now I'm just like cleaning it up and making the process like so it essentially is easier and quicker to do. And I'm sure like so far the planned part of the process, it did what I wanted it to do. And before, when I just kept trying to tell plan mode to do these things, it just wouldn't do it. But when I put the rules in the MD file, it worked the first time. So now I'm gonna find out if this gives me the right information based on the build and the right prompt that I can give to Codex to do the audit for this section of the build. Awesome. Respect, yeah. Just talking to the Vancouver person in the comments, and yeah, I'm glad I can help. I'm glad I can provide value. You're an inventor with 20 years of directing experience in Canada. So I'm an entrepreneur, about 15 years of like building business experience. I'm in America. You're transitioning from Ventra physical products to digital products, and you're a CIPO with a provisional patent. So are you saying that you're essentially like building products for a company, or are you like building kind of like your own proprietary products? And I guess just trying to understand more of like what you're trying to build. Maybe I can offer you advice on what you want to build. But it sounds like you're basically like new to vibe coding. So that's the other. Are you like an experienced coder? Like, do you have any coding experience, or are you a beginner like me? And I basically, this is like day 23 of creating apps. And before that, all I did was like I had no coding experience. I just spent about a month, maybe like an hour or two a day, just doing basic research on like what is vibe coding, what are like different coding languages, just the most basic of the basic stuff I could understand. So I'm extremely like impressed and proud of myself with how quick I've figured this out. And definitely like my first few builds, maybe even the first 10 builds, I look back and I'm like, wow, I really knew nothing, especially that first build or two. Like it would take me like an hour to fix a problem that I could like probably wouldn't even make in the first place, but I could fix it now in like 5 minutes. And yeah, it was like when I was doing that those first few days and I saw like how long it was taking me to fix things like and figure out what the problem was, I was like, oh man, this is going to take forever for me to get good. But I'm surprised just because I stuck with it and because I'm being consistent with it. So I'm remembering like, what my problems are and stuff, and focusing on making one thing better each day with the process, and also focusing on like building something more difficult than the day before, because I learned the most from my problems that I have is helping me a ton. And yeah, I can tell like I'm the more complicated stuff I build, the more I'm understanding what is possible to build. So I think it's a good time to go into some abundance mindset teachings. And like cuz like I'm an entrepreneur, all the everything I'm doing I'm like using like kind of like a business planning process. Awesome. Uh, so let's see if it did this right. So what I wanted it to do was to, when it was done, show me what a summary of what it did, and then create a prompt that I can give to Codex. And it's doing that. Oh, that's awesome. It's being really specific too. Like before, when I was using Gemini as a middleman to do this step, I would like copy and paste what it did. Like, I just had to do step 1 and 2. I would then copy and paste that, give it to Gemini. I'd be like, hey, Gemini, um, you know, tell me what it did, and then like create a prompt that I can give to Codex to fix these things or to audit these things. And then it would give me that prompt, and I would give that to Codex. But now the terminal's giving me the prompt, and then I can just give that straight to Codex, and then Codex should give me a prompt, and then I can just give that straight to the terminal to make the right fixes. And yeah, so far 2 out of 3, it's done right. The next one will just be interesting to see if Codex does it right. All right. Copy and paste this into Codex. Awesome. Yeah, just noticed in the comments. Yeah, I'm doing good. Everything so far is working. It's implemented correctly so far. The changes I made to the Claude MD and Codex MD files. So feeling pretty good about that. It looks like it's doing everything right. But I guess I'll know at the end of the build if like something didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Um, and I'm seeing another helpful comment that there's coding tools with subagents. I've heard about that you can like create like kind of. I got to look into that more. So one agent runs another agent. That's kind of the basic of what I understand about it. And there's spec frameworks to formalize your sessions with more context. Um, yeah, I don't completely understand that either. So basically, like, I guess like I don't understand like how the agents and subagents would like make the building process better or like easier, kind of, I guess. Okay, so I got the report from Codex, and it's telling me like severity is medium, showing me the issue, why it matters. So it looks like this is mostly with like separate people's accounts not being able to like cross accounts or get other people's information. All right, so they gave me a prompt to fix it. I can just give that straight back to Claude Code in the terminal. Awesome. So yeah, back to these comments. So most tools have. Oh, I see. Okay. So I'm passing info between models manually currently. Yup, subagents could do that automatically. Oh, that's awesome. So instead of basically me copying and pasting this stuff, the subagents could just automatically, when like the Claude terminal is done, it could like take the prompt for Codex and just have it run it, and then when Codex is done, it could take the prompt and give it back to Claude and have it run it. So essentially, like I could just have it do that for the entire build without having to manually do this stuff. Yeah, that's what I got. That sounds like the next logical step to take to make this flow better. That's awesome. Definitely got to take that down to a note. But also, most tools have planning mode where it's done natively. Um, so yeah, I'm guessing by like planning mode meaning like the plan MD file or like the Claude MD file is kind of like how I set it up now. So that makes me wonder if I could just like go into my Claude MD and tell it to automatically send it to Codex, but I don't think, from what I understand, I have to get a different tool for these, for like Claude and Codex to talk to each other. Or it sounds like what you're saying is I could either get a tool for them to talk to each other or get the subagents to do it. So Kai is saying it will make it better because you can spawn an agent to specifically focus on one area that the big model sometimes misses or does not do properly. Okay. So yeah, it'd be like while using the same model usually. Okay. So you can talk to an agent not to the code, but to create a plan. Oh, not to do the coding, but to create a plan. That plan is then used as a prompt to the next call. So it's kind of like asking AI to create a prompt, but more specifically. Okay, get a good workflow you can reuse and then build it like muscles at the gym. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do is like, so that way when I do get to like more difficult stuff, it's just like everything's solid. Like the workflow is professional as it can get. And I'm not just focusing on like building the apps, building the stuff right now, but also building out the workflow so that it's the best it can be essentially. So am I just using base VS Code with plugins? Yes. From what I understand, that's all I'm doing. And mostly we're using dedicated tools from each provider nowadays. If you're normal and want to pay just subscriptions, um, dedicated tools from each provider. Provider meaning like Claude Code and like Gemini. I'm not really sure. Or you can use more generic platforms, but the subscription vendor hates on them. So I get what you're saying. So yeah, I don't even understand like what a subscription vendor is. Uh, but I gotta, yeah, I'm gonna ask Gemini this stuff actually, what I don't understand. All right, I'm getting some really helpful comments in regards to like the next step to making this workflow better. And essentially people are recommending that I implement AI agents or like sub agents basically. Um And what I could do is like have it so that like instead of me having to manually like copy and paste the prompt from like Claude Code to Codex and then Codex back to Claude Code, it sounds like these agents could just like do that automatically. So what I could really do, it sounds like what they're saying is I could wire this each project up so that like with my workflow, like after plan mode, I can just have the terminal start building step one, and then after step one, it'll automatically give the prompt to Codex, which will automatically do the audit, and then it will automatically give the audit result prompts back to Claude Code. So it will automatically fix the things that need to be fixed, and then it can automatically just start step two and do the whole thing without me having to manually like do what I'm doing right now. Is that kind of what they're saying, do you think? That's exactly what they're saying. Awesome. I'm hitting on the holy grail of AI development, agentic orchestration. Instead of me being a courier who carries messages between different AI windows, I turn my terminal into a manager that coordinates a team. That's what I want to do. I didn't even know that was possible until now. Respect everybody in the comments. Like, you just helped me a ton, leveling up. And that's so awesome because, like, I just implemented this stuff today. And I thought that was like, wow, this is going to make things so much better. But little did I know there's even like better step that can like help me way more. So yeah, you guys saw that right away. Respect. Yeah, super grateful for the information. Let's see, I just gotta paste this audit prompt. I'm gonna look what it does. Oh no, this is not the audit prompt. This is just that it fixed the thing from the audit. Okay. Build context report. And known risks, mitigation or migration rerun. If you already ran the original migration in Supabase, you'll need to either drop and rerun or apply the new policies as a separate migration. The create policy statements will fail if policies with the same name already exist. Now it's giving me another Codex audit. So it's like this kind of added another step that I wasn't doing before because I didn't ask it to do. Before, I'd basically like take the prompt from Codex for the audit, give it to Claude Code, it would finish, and then I'd have it start the next step. But now it's telling me by doing that audit that it found more things that I should audit. And I'm going to try this one time, but hopefully it doesn't just take me down like a rabbit hole of like audit, fix, another thing to audit, fix. I don't know if that's necessary, but I'll try just this one time to see. Um, Summary of changes, Codex audit prompt. Here we go. All right. Just looking at the messages, kind of getting behind for a second. Um, Anthropics with Claude Code is a subscription. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yep. So like Claude Code, you're saying is like a subscription vendor, and then like Gemini would be a subscription vendor. Okay. So the and Codex is okay. Yep. And third party sellers like Cursor. Oh, okay. Yep. Because I used Cursor and I did get a subscription to that for 1 month, which I didn't need to use anymore after 1 month. Google Anti Gravity is a fork just for Gemini. Yep, I understand that. Most that use Claude Code use the Claude Code CLI tool, as far as you can see. And So from what I understand, a CLI tool is just basically like that's just me linking Claude Code with VS Studio, I guess. I'm not sure. I gotta look that up too. If I wasn't limited to subscriptions, um, I love AiderDesk. If you wanted to do sub agents, the UI is kind of easy for that. I don't play with one agent calling another. Don't really understand. I don't even need to manually set it up. I can literally just start a new terminal and ask Claude to do it. Oh, that's awesome. So I could just tell Claude, like in the plan thing, to like create these agents. Can also download skills like from a directory. I heard about that. There's like a directory of skills that I can use. They're basically a prompt prefix with niche information. I'm a backend Python specialist. Just build the thing. So it's like, yeah, that is a huge info drop. Thanks and respect to everybody. So essentially, like, yeah, I could build this on my own. Like, I don't have to like. Sounds like I don't have to like implement something already. I can just go into the Claude Code plan mode and tell it to get agents. I'm gonna talk to Gemini about more about how to do that. So in case if we don't know, if we download the comment browser, you can get a year of Perplexity Pro for free, and then use the assistant to set up your super base, things like that. Okay, so I haven't used Perplexity that much. If I download the comment browser, I'm not sure what the comment browser is. But yeah, I need to look into yeah, man. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it because this is like I saw right away like, the problems with my new workflow and I'm like this I feel like this could be so much easier and more effective. And you guys saw right away exactly what I needed to do. Like I figured out the part of like the Claude MD file to like help it, but that's definitely the next step is these agents to do the things that I'm doing and just get this like running like money and can spend more time on the vibe coding and making things better than the manually building it basically. Okay, so yep, I got another prompt for things in Claude to fix. So I'm gonna give it that and hopefully it doesn't come back with another thing for it to audit. I just want to keep building, but yeah, I'll see. All right, so what I was seeing in Gemini for this agent thing. Currently I'm doing manual serial processing. What the comments are suggesting is a supervisor worker model. So the supervisor would be Claude Code. It reads the Claude MD file, starts the build, and manages the overall plan. The sub agent could be a specific personality of Claude. So like I would create it like, like you're my codex auditor that is triggered automatically when a task finishes. So the loop would be like Claude finishes step one, Claude calls the auditor subagent. The auditor returns a fixed prompt. Uh, Claude applies the fix. Claude moves to step two. That's exactly awesome. How to set this up in the terminal. Awesome. Um, I don't need to wait for a future update. I can actually start wiring this up now using custom subagents or agent teams. Creating a subagent for the audit. In Claude Code, you can run /agents to create a dedicated subagent. I would name it something like Codex Auditor and give it the instructions from the Codex MD. So the auto loop instruction, like I would add a rule to Claude MD that says after every successful file write, automatically delegate the Codex Auditor subagent to verify the code. If the auditor returns a fixed prompt, executed immediately before proceeding to the next task. And the vibe coding reality check. While this sounds like magic, there's two things to keep in mind for the 30 apps in 30 days challenge. Running 2 or 3 agents at once, especially if they're talking back and forth, can eat through your API quota, or max subscriptions limits must faster than manual copying and pasting. Well, I got the max plan and I'm not using even half of it, it seems like, so it'd be interesting to see how much it actually takes up. That's more. And the hallucination loop. Sometimes two agents can get into an argument where agent A fixes something, agent B doesn't like the fix, and they go back and forth forever. You'll still need to be the human in the loop to break those ties. Okay, and that's what I kind of thought it was starting to do here, but it looks like, oh, that is totally what it's doing. It gave me another, so it like made the change, and then it's doing like another codex audit prompt. So that's something that I need to definitely like fix in the Claude MD, and I feel like I should fix this now in plan mode. So okay, yeah, I need to write down that some of the notes, like the perplexity thing. Okay. Gemini also has a 1 month free from the Google Anti-Gravity site. Oh, awesome. All right, so yeah, I just found the first problem with the new rules I put in the Claude MD. So essentially what's going on is like I'm after each step, it's supposed to give me, what it's doing right, a prompt that I can give to Codex to do the audit. And then Codex is doing what is right and giving me a prompt to give back to Claude in the terminal. But now what Claude is doing is it does the audit, or it fixes the thing from the audit, and then it creates like um a new prompt for me to give to Codex. So it doesn't understand that it's only supposed to do that after each step and not after each audit. And I noticed even here in the prompt that I'm getting from Codex, it says after applying fixes, generate a post build report per the project sprint rules MD. Okay, but what it's not doing is it's just running in a loop. I see. All right. So I need to talk to, before I create this this sub agent called auditor, I want to make sure it fixes this problem that I just found. All right, so before I create this sub agent, essentially what I want to do is fix a problem I just found. What's happening right now is when Claude Code in the terminal finished step 1 and 2 of the build, it gave me the prompt to give to Codex, and then I gave that to Codex. Codex then came back with the results of the audit and gave me a prompt to give to um, back to Claude in the terminal. So now here's where things went wrong. When Claude finished fixing the things from the audit, it gave me a report, and in that report, it gave me another thing of known risks and another Codex audit prompt. So I gave that back to Codex, and it gave me another prompt to give to Claude to fix things, and then Claude ended up giving me another um, basically review with risks and another Codex audit prompt. And I feel like it would probably just like go in this loop all day if I don't get this fixed. So yeah, the that commenter is talking about he's from Canada. He built his own agent creator that's for physical inventors of physical products, first time founders and true non coders. Beta testing within the next 7 to 10 days. We'll leave an invite link. That's awesome. And if you go on the Discord, that's where mostly people are posting what they're building. So I think that's like the best use for Discord on here. I'll go and you're on YouTube, so it should be the link is right in the YouTube description. But I might as well just go and generate a link right now and just put it in the chat. So yeah, that would be awesome. Like I'm interested. I don't really totally understand what that does. Um and yeah, I think that the best way to is I'll definitely check it out and let you know what I think. And I'll do that on Discord. It looks like I think Discord is like the best place for people to go and like all the viewers to go and post their projects, so everyone can like check each other's stuff out and um, give some reviews. So that's awesome. I'm starting to. I didn't really see the main focus for Discord and how that would provide the most value, and now this totally makes sense to me that like the general I believe this is the general chat. Oh wow, I'm finding other stuff in the general chat I didn't notice before. That's cool. Um oh, someone is saying that I already have a general chat, that they delete this one and use the other one. That makes sense. Oh, and this person, I'll delete it later because this person's giving me the information on how I can share my referral codes for the guest passes for the Claude. So I'll come back to this when I'm done, and then whoever like I was telling I could give a guest pass to, I'll find a way to get it to them, probably on Discord. And then I'll, because it looks like I got two general chats up right now, but the top one is like the main one. This one just has this one thing. So after I'm done like figuring that out, I'll just delete this extra chat thing. So I already have notes from the other day to add the Discord to the Twitch profile. Yep. I gotta add all that stuff, the links. I think I still got that note up. Yep, that's my top thing on my notes to implement is put all the links onto Twitch. So let's see. Back to the build. Oh, send it privately, duh, because then anyone could use it. Okay. So yeah, that's thanks for reminding me of that. I didn't even think of that. Yep, to those that I told. So I'll send one to you, and I'll send one to the other person that has brought it up to me, and I'll just like probably ask Gemini how to send it if there's an easy way to send it privately on Discord. Um, I'll do that. So let's see, where was I at with yeah. So what I'm experiencing is a classic recursive hallucination loop. Claude is a perfectionist. It feels obligated to find something wrong to prove it's doing its job. Then Codex feels obligated to fix it, which changes the code, which triggers a new risk. Okay, to break this, I need to transition from open-ended auditing to exit criteria auditing. I need to give the AI a definition of done. Okay, so I need to update the Claude MD. I need to add a circuit breaker to the protocol, copy and paste this into Claude Code plan mode. So I want to update the post-build protocol in Claude MD with these loop prevention rules. The diminishing returns rule. If a file has already been audited and fixed once, do not generate a new codex prompt unless a functional bug code doesn't run or a security vulnerability is discovered. Do not audit for style or minor optimizations twice. Define done. If a task is considered done if the code meets the requirements in PlanMD, the code passes a basic build check, and no high severity risks remain. Silence is approval. If the audit results only contain low priority or nitpick suggestions, acknowledge them but do not generate a fixed prompt. Instead, move directly to the next step in PlanMD. All right, so I'm going to give this to Claude MD. Or I mean to Claude plan mode. Yo, welcome to the chat. What's going on is I am making some awesome changes to make the workflow better and more professional while I'm building the new app, which is called Trade Truth Journal. So essentially, this is like an app that focuses on investing mindset, and it's like a journal for each investment you make. It's doing the thing that most trade journals does, which is telling you about like when you bought and when you sold and like was it the right time and the technical stuff. But something that's filling a market gap with this one is focusing on trading and investing psychology and basically like mindset. So it's like vibe coding for your mind when it comes to investing, and it's going to essentially coach you on like your mindset. And this is the main thing, especially for beginners where they make mistakes. And it makes sense that recently there was no like AI LLMs to implement in these trading journals. And yeah, hopefully this is something that provides as much value as possible in a way that is not already created. And um so what I'm doing right now is I just gave this prompt to plan mode in Claude Code to essentially like fix a problem where like it was looping to where I gave a audit prompt to Codex to audit a step. Codex did the audit, found what it found, gave the prompt to for me to give to Claude to make the changes. But then instead of just making the changes and continuing, it would give me a new prompt to like have Codex do another audit, and it was just like doing a loop. So I'm trying to fix that with the loop. I just gave it a new thing of rules. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try the next step. And if it fixes that, then I'm going to try and implement the what do you call it? The agents, the sub agents, to just do the parts I'm doing manually automatically. So hopefully by the end of this build, it'll just that'll be implemented and it'll just like run autopilot. And then I can like have all those rules for the next build, and it'll just be like better and better every day. Definitely get into some higher level understanding on all this vibe coding. Oh, okay, so did that. Now I'm gonna tell the terminal I'm good with step 1 and 2. Move to step 3, using the new prevention loop rules in Claude MD. So hopefully this time it shouldn't do that same auditing loop that I had last time. All right. So we'll see. Yeah, this is awesome. The limit is the sky. Every day I'm finding new ways to make this better and understanding more and more potential of what's possible. And yeah, there's so much I can build, so much I want to build in the future. So much I can build, and just wish humans didn't have to sleep. Because, oh my god, man, if I didn't have to sleep, well, actually, sleep's kind of awesome. But yeah, I think if humans didn't have to sleep, and we could just build all the time. Like, what kind of world would that be? Think how much more stuff would get done. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I'm having so much fun with this. I'm just so grateful, like, I have this learning opportunity, because this is like, I feel like this is just making me smarter. Just like having my, it's like a new exercise for my brain. Okay, let's see if hopefully this works this time. I got a summary of the changes and the risks. The known risks. And here's the Codex audit prompt. Make sure I'm in the Codex window. Have it do these things, and it's doing audit on step 3 now. And essentially, after I give this audit to Claude in the terminal to have it fix it, if it made the right changes that I should have just implemented in the MD file for Claude, then I'm going to try to set up I'll learn how to set up the sub agent while it's doing the next step, and then try to implement them to see if it can actually finish the rest of the build automatically. right? So I just wanted to read what it found. Right. So here's the moment of truth on this fix. Hopefully doesn't try to tell me I need to give a new prompt to Codex. I think it worked. Step 3 audit fixes, summary of changes. Yep, it fixed the 2 things I asked it to fix. Known risks, none. These are targeted fixes with no side effects. Per the loop prevention diminishing returns rule, these files have now been audited and fixed once. No further audit prompt is generated unless a functional bug or security vulnerability is discovered. Yeah, that worked. That's awesome. Just going back to the comments, the guy from Canada or person from Canada is talking about they're looking to start building in public. Now that you see other people doing it, you're an inventor and have been working on some real world assets, looking for serious people wanting to build in public. And yeah, I'm always interested in checking out new business opportunities. Your app is called Flat Finder Housing Revolutionized. So I'm guessing that's like Flat Finder, meaning like it's like a condo or like a rental um finder. But I definitely want to check that out because as far as like investing goes, I've definitely like studied the housing market, and I'm always trying to like pay attention to what's going on in the housing market and where the housing market is, because it kind of ties into everything. And honestly too, I'm also waiting for the I've been kind of waiting for the housing market prices to drop, or not kind of, but I have been, because I feel like they won't stay up forever, and I think that crash is coming most likely, and I'm just waiting for that to happen to buy low and not buy at the top like I've seen so many people do over the past few years out of FOMO. I saw so many people FOMO into the housing market. It's like no one was talking about buying a house until like the prices went way up. And then it was like everyone's like, "Oh, I got to buy a house. The prices just like tripled." And I'm like, "No, that means that's FOMO." Like people don't understand that. And yeah, it was crazy just how many people weren't trying to buy when the price was low, and then the price gets high, and then it's like everybody's trying to buy. So anyways, okay, so that was done right. Now I want to look at I'm going to have it start step 4. Okay. I remember too there was like they were talking about certain steps I could group together. And I forgot to like put that on my I think I did on my list. Yeah, that I referenced on the side. No, I forgot to do that. So I'll just do it step by step, but that won't even matter if I can get this sub agent to do this stuff now. Awesome. So let's see. All right, that prompt that you had me give to Claude Code Plan Mode to change the I believe it was the Claude MD file, it worked. So now Claude Code did not send me in that loop again and create another prompt for Codex. And I just said, you know, what I told it to do, like it didn't find anything serious. So it's done with the audit prompt. So essentially, I had it start step 4. The terminal's working on step 4 right now. And I wanted to talk to you about like how I can try setting up this either is it one sub agent or multiple sub agents to essentially do the manual part I'm doing, which is, you know, giving that prompt to Codex and then giving the prompt from codecs back to the terminal, and then I also wanted it to, like, when the Claude Code terminal is done fixing what was found in the audit, that it just automatically starts the next step. So I was just telling Gemini what I wanted, and looks like I got a good got some good instructions. Okay. So I'm shifting from the courier to an orchestrator. Saying since I already have the Claude MD and Codex MD logic solid, I hope it is, but something tells me I'll still find more stuff later that I need to, like, clarify the plan. Since I've already got it solid, I can automate this using Claude Code subagents and hooks. This effectively creates an automated assembly line where Claude builds, a subagent audits, and the fixes are applied without me lifting a finger. Awesome. So first, I need to turn the Codex MD instructions into a living agent inside the terminal. Run this command in your Claude Code session. Oh, I see. It's not a prompt. I get it. So I need to do agents and then select create new agent, name it auditor. For the description, I'll say a senior technical auditor that reviews code for logic, security, and performance. It follows the standards in codex.md and always provides a Claude Code fix prompt. Select Sonnet as the model. For tools, give it read-only access. And then step 2 is to set up the autofix hook. This is the magic part. You can use a hook to tell Claude every time you finish a task, call the auditor, and then run whatever the auditor says. So there's like two parts, and this is kind of the thing I don't really understand, because every time it finishes a task, it should call the auditor, but then it's going to have to wait for the auditor to find out what it says. So I just want to make sure that's not a problem, but I guess I just got to try it and see what happens. Okay, so I'm like halfway through the build almost. So I should be able to, like, get this stuff implemented before, like, the build, before it's done building, to know if it works. So also I don't want to try to do this while the terminal is working, so I'm going to wait for the terminal to finish what it's doing, which it did instantly the second I finished that sentence. And I'm just reading the risks. Okay, I got the prompt. I'm going to give this one manually, and I'm going to finish, like, this step of the build, and then I'm going to try to implement that stuff. So we got codex. All right, and then So basically, if I get this working right, it'll be like, hey, Claude, start step 4. Claude's going to build step 4. And then once it's done, it'll internally automatically ping the auditor sub agent. The auditor will say, hey, you forgot to handle the zero price error. Here is the fix prompt. Then Claude will apply the fix, and then it sees step 4 is done and verified, and it automatically will start step 5. That is what I wanted to do. A note on the circuit breaker. Since I'm on the free tier of what? No, I don't think they understand I'm on a paid plan. Since you're on the free tier, I don't even think there is a free tier for Claude Code. Keep an eye on your usage quotas. Running subagents consumes tokens. To save your daily limit, you can tell Claude only run the auto audit for logic heavy steps and skip it for simple UI scaffolding. I don't need to do that. I'm good with, I should be fine with data because I'm on the max plan, so yeah, that should not be a problem. And if it does do crazy data, then I'll figure it out from there. But as far as it like running out of data from the session, I'm really not. I really doubt that would happen. But we'll see. We got the prompt to fix everything. I want to just read what it found. Everything's medium, so that's good. Awesome. So back to the comments. Oh, his app, or this person's app is for rental real estate. Um, AI agent matchmaker for the world's most expensive cities, serving the middle class. Not luxury, not welfare, for real people, made by a regular person. That's awesome. So it sounds like the main problem that you're solving with this app is that it's like a matchmaker. So it's like, like a problem that like the person doesn't know the best area and the best like rental for them. And what this app is going to do is like solve that problem and make sure that like a person gets matched up with what would be the best rental for them based on their situation. So like I know there's like that's basically, so it's basically like a realtor, like an automatic, like automated or AI powered realtor for rentals, to like help a person find like the right rental for them. It sounds like is what that is. How do I manage the cost of Claude Code? It gets over very quickly. So essentially, originally I had the $20 a month plan. They have like a 5 hour limit and like a weekly limit. And I wasn't hitting the weekly limit, but I was hitting the 5 hour limit on my streams. Or at least I hit it one time to where like it stopped halfway through a build. And then it was like you gotta wait another like couple hours before you can continue. And I was like, okay, well, I'm on stream. I definitely don't want to have this problem again. And it was annoying because it like stopped in the middle of a build and I had to figure out like where it stopped and everything. But anyways, I just switched right away to the max plan. And with max plan, I have not even used like 25% of like either a 5 hour session or a weekly session. So max plan is probably overkill, but who knows? Maybe I'm about to use it more than I thought. But at the same time, I'm still glad I got it because now I can like try implementing something new like this, and I have no like concern at all that if I would have just got like the $100 plan instead of the $200 max plan, then maybe like I'd be kind of thinking, is this going to be enough? But because I have the max plan, um, I've never had an issue. And I've only talked to like one person that's used up all their max plan, and that's because they like build like super like complex things, and they just essentially like put in some like code to make it so it just automatically just runs until it's done. And they're telling me how they like have it run like overnight and stuff. And I've heard a lot of like advice not to do that because then it's like bugs, stuff like that, a whole bunch of things that can go wrong, can go in like infinite loops. But some people do it and it works for them, I guess. So yeah, I guess mainly is like if you have the max plan, then you shouldn't be running into problems, especially if you're like building like normal like just stuff I'm doing, I guess. Okay, so all right, now I'm ready to try making the ready to start trying. I'm going to create a new agent. All right, so I go to Claude Code and /agent. Hit enter. Once agents are configured in terminal, you can reload this extension and ask Claude. Oh, so it wants me to do it in the terminal. Okay. That's what that's saying here. I think, yeah, because I was trying to keep just the build in the terminal for context reasons, but if it's saying I gotta do it in the terminal, I just want to try it and see what happens. But I just want to double check with Gemini. Okay, so I tried typing /agent in the Claude Code plan mode, and it looks like what it's saying is like that I should continue in the terminal to configure agents. So I wasn't clear about that from the start. When I'm building out this agent, do I need to do it in the terminal? And should I do it in the same terminal that I'm already halfway through the build on? Okay, plan mode is just to be thinking where Claude can't touch anything. To set up the sub agent, I need to step back into the real world. I think they mean terminal. If I'm in plan mode, oh, so I see what it's saying. Um, so I can just switch out of plan mode here. Okay. And that way I don't have to use up the context for the terminal that I'm using to build. All right, so type agents in the terminal. Oh yeah, I got to use that actual terminal. So yeah, Gemini didn't understand that I got these multiple windows open. Okay, so I think there is some confusion here. I have 3 different windows open. One is Claude Code plan mode in the chat window. One is Claude Code in the terminal, which I'm using for the build, and one is Codex in the chat window. So essentially, I just tried it again, switching from plan mode in the chat window, and it's still telling me I need to go to the terminal. So the main thing I'm wondering is like, should I interrupt the build halfway through and have it create these agents in the terminal I was doing for the build? Or should I like open up a new terminal with Claude Code and then have it do that so that it doesn't mess with the memory from the current build? Confusion comes from the fact that plan mode in the chat window is a read-only environment meant for high-level strategy, while the terminal is the action environment where tools, subagents, and builds actually run. Yep, I get that now. So I should use the terminal. Don't try to create agents in plan mode chat window. It won't have the permissions to register them on the local system. Um, do I need to interrupt the build? No, you have two professional options that won't mess with your current build's memory. Option A recommended, the new tab approach. Open a new terminal tab in the same project directory and run Claude. Okay. And then create, yep, that's what I was wondering. Awesome. So I'm going to open up a new terminal window. And then after I do create the auditor in the terminal, I would want to add a continuity rule to ClaudeMD. Okay, I see. Okay. All right. Um, yeah, back to the comments. Um, there's no parallel talking about the idea for this flat finder thing. There's no parallel. What it is that, remember classified ads, you could just find a hidden gem listing. Doing that at scale. Oh, okay. Everything is unique to the user. So like basically the first thing that comes to my mind from like a business perspective is like, how is this different from, I think your main competition here would be like so I don't know if they have this in Canada, but in America there's like what's the main short-term rental thing? Um there's like a main short-term rental that people use. It's like a main website. I can't remember what it's called. But also there's like Verbo or obviously like the Airbnb, but those are more for like vacation rentals and they'd be like way too expensive for most places. Okay. Um so it will have scam filters. That's major because I'm guessing what's it called? So many different uh Craigslist. A lot of people go on Craigslist, but there's so many scammers on there that like I don't even go on there. I wouldn't even go on there to look for like something like that anymore. Scam filters, flag lord avoidance, things people can't live without, and it's finding those amazing listings that you can no longer find in classified ads because classifieds don't exist anymore. And then max in Canada, max plan is 250 plus tax a month. That's too expensive. So you have Airbnb. That was one thing I was thinking of, but no, there's another short term rental that people usually use for like um I can't remember the name of it, but it's not Airbnb. But yeah, that's in Canada. I'm not sure what their like exchange rate is to America, but I mean, you're saying like that's too expensive. I'm sure you could get the $20 a month plan or whatever that would equivalent to Canadian, and then you would just have to, like, if you hit the limit on your like 5 hours, you just have to wait. But I hear you, like, even $200 a month, that's pretty expensive. That's pretty up there compared to what I pay for, like, a normal, I think, subscription that you would have for like a website would be like, $20. And this is like 10 times that. But if you're using it that much, then I mean, what's the alternative? Is like, before this existed, to hire a developer is going to cost thousands of dollars per project, and the time cost, that alone right there, I mean, for waiting for even a developer that you paid is going to be, the time that you would get that back, that you could monetize that. So honestly, I think hopefully it gets cheaper, but I think that $200 a month for the max, if you're using it, that's not like that expensive based on what you're getting in exchange. Like, I think it's totally worth it. Um, all right, time to build this sub agent. Time for me to stand up, get my energy going. All right, here we go. Gotta create a new terminal. And Claude. All right, let's see how this works. I'm going to do the agent. Select create new agent. There is no create new agent. Oh, here we go. Create new agent. Choose a location. Claude agents or Claude. Okay. Project or personal. Okay, so I'm trying to create the new agent in the terminal, and I clicked create new agent, and now it's asking me if I want it to be either project or personal. Which one should I choose? User level personal. Um, I want the auditor to be available for every single project I start without having to reconfigure it every time. Okay. So once I teach the auditor how to find bugs and write fixed prompts, it carries that memory to App 2, App 3, and beyond. Saves the configuration on my computer, making it a global tool. And I won't have to copy and paste the codex MD content in a new folder every day. The agent will already know its manifesto. All right, so they said do personal. Generate with Claude or manual configuration. Next questions it's asking me is to generate it with Claude, which is recommended, or do a manual configuration. Choose generate with Claude. Awesome. Create the new agent. Describe what this agent should do, when it should be used. So I got the prompt up here. I'll be right back. right. Describe the agent, what it should do. It's a senior auditor. Job is to read files and find logic security bugs using the standards in Codex. Seems like it should be doing more than that. I'm gonna ask it. Okay, so now for creating the new agent, it wants me to describe what this agent should do and when it should be used. Be comprehensive for best results. So I'm gonna paste the original persona you gave me when it asked for a description, but to me it seems like maybe there's not enough info here. Because basically, just to be clear on what it's doing, I wanted to take the prompt that is generated from the Claude after it finishes the step that it's on, and it gives that audit prompt to Codex, and then Codex will do an audit, and then it will create a prompt for me to give to back to Claude, and then I want this agent to give that prompt to Claude and have it run it to fix what it found in the audit. So I'm going to paste the original thing you told me to do for a description. Let me know if I should use that original one or use something that's more detailed. To get the most out of the auditor and ensures it handles the back and forth automatically, I want to be very specific about the prompt handoff. If the description is too simple, the main Claude agent might just talk to the auditor instead of treating it as a professional step in the assembly line. Here's a more detailed agentic version of that description to use when Claude asks you for the agent's behavior. You are a senior technical auditor for a high-speed 30-day build challenge. Your role is a critical quality gate between build and next step. Use this agent after every file write or build step to verify the logic against the Codex MD standards. Use read-only tools to examine the current file changes for math errors, logic flaws, or security risks. Verify the implementation matches the requirements in Plan MD. If the code is perfect, output exactly, audit pass, proceed to next step. If there's issues, list them clearly, and always provide a final code block titled Claude Code Fixed Prompt. This prompt must be written as a direct instruction that the main agent can execute to fix every identified issue in one go. I don't feel like it's telling it to do what I want it to do. This is weird. Like, I'm really confused. I need to make sure that I'm clear because I know Gemini will not understand me a lot. So, like, focused on the wrong things, I feel like. Oh, okay. All right, I'm just looking at the prompt that you created, and I'm really confused because this doesn't seem to be telling it to do what I want it to do, which is to manually take the prompt from Claude Code to put it in Codex, and then Codex should like run that prompt for the audit, and then it'll give me a prompt back that I would give to back to Claude. And what I want this agent to do is just simply take the audit from Claude, give it to Codex, and have Codex run it. And then I want to take the audit for or the prompt based on that audit that I get from Codex and have it give that to Claude and then have it run that. So this prompt seems like first like it's focused on something about me doing 30-day sprint when that really doesn't have anything to do with what I want it to do. I just want it to be able to do this and see if it works on this project, and then like I would hopefully be able to do it for like every project until or if I ever like change my workflow. So when I look at the instructions, it looks like it's telling it to do something else. It looks like it's just telling it to like do an audit, but it's not doing what I want it to do, which is have an agent send one prompt from Claude to Codex and then take that prompt that it gets from Codex and give it back to Claude. All right, this is going to be interesting if Gemini understands this, if it was right and I just didn't understand it. So yeah, it's saying it definitely overcomplicated the persona by adding the 30-day challenge stuff. It sees where the confusion is. I want this agent to act as the middleware that handles the back and forth so I don't have to. Yes, so it didn't understand that either. Awesome. The reason the previous prompt looked different is that Claude subagents cannot see or talk to an external browser window like Codex on its own. Oh, that makes so much sense. Because this is a Claude agent, so how it doesn't know how to talk to Codex. Or wait, maybe it can. So the reason the previous prompt looked different is that Claude subagents cannot see or talk to an external browser window like Codex on its own. When you're in the terminal, a subagent is essentially another Claude instance inside a box. Okay. To do what I want, taking a prompt from Claude and sending it to Codex, the subagent needs to know that Codex lives in your codex.md file. So when it asks me to describe what the agent should do, use this specific simplified version. It removes the fluff and focuses only on the courier work. So its specific job, read the audit prompt generated by the main Claude agent. Read the instructions and standards located in the codex.md file. Combine them to perform a deep dive audit of the code changes. Your final response must be a single code block containing only the Claude Code fix prompt. Okay, I think there's some confusion. Essentially, it's still not telling it to do what I want it to do, and it's saying that it has to, like, because I'm working with Claude Code and Codex, that's going to cause some problems. So I think for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look more into this and do the agent that handles what I wanted to do, just basically this one manual part later. Since I'm already halfway through the build, I don't want to have it do something weird that like messes up this build. But yeah, I already took that note down. So yep. So yeah, I think the main, like if this were like, if I were doing just another window with the audit in another Claude window, then it sounds like there would be no problem with this. But because I'm making a Claude agent and I'm trying to tell it to communicate with Codex and get information from Codex, sounds like that might run into some problems. So I'm going to try this part later. Can delete this terminal, go back to the main one. And we were on step 4, fix that, so start step 5. All right. Okay, so back to the comments. So we were talking about this idea, and I was just kind of looking at it from like a business perspective, and this person's saying that there's no parallel. It's not Airbnb It actually helps you find a regular apartment. It's just most listing sites are just classified ads. They're either scam sites like Craigslist or they're like Zillow, and that's for yuppies and rich people. That's funny. There's nothing for regular people. Yeah, I hear you. I feel like there are, but they're not very good, and they're like more localized. Like I've definitely seen certain cities in America have like something that's kind of similar to that, to what you're talking about. But I see how with coding and with AI you could do something better. So it finds amazing apartments at real prices. That's the landlords filter out scams. That'd be interesting to know too. Like, how do you filter out scams? Um, you found your new apartment in one day, so you've already used it for yourself, and you found people apartments in Paris, Edinburgh, New York, Toronto, Vancouver, etc. Okay. So I'm getting a better idea of how it works, but I'm still not really seeing like where its competitive advantage is. Um, so it's better than Craigslist mainly for the like getting rid of the scams. It's going to be more legit. But yeah, I guess the best way would be just for me to try it. So yeah, I'll definitely try it out, and then that'll be the best answer to my question, is just to see how it works. But yeah, it sounds very interesting. Sounds like it could be money. Um, just gotta try out all these different tools. More water. Oh, I see. There's more comments I didn't see. Awesome. Oh, so it's like, okay. So like the site I was thinking of for short-term rentals, this is more like a permanent home for like at least a year lease. Um, did the Hub Copilot Pro, not sure what that is, $100 a year, has every model, and it's right in GitHub. Okay. GitHub Copilot Pro. Yeah, I gotta look into that too. All right. Bond building. Awesome. So that's the audit prompt, making sure I got the codex window open. Yeah, I noticed this too, like they're doing different color codes on like different files, and wondering if that's like an update because I wasn't seeing that before, and I know they just did that update recently. I'm guessing green means something's good, yellow means maybe there's some problem with it. I don't know. There's even like letters and circles next to it. So much to learn. But yeah, definitely today is going good. I'm very, very happy that I found out about the agents, even though I'm not sure if it's gonna work, and I don't want to mess up this build, so I'm gonna do that, do more research, and then try to implement that for the next one. But the main implement that I did for this one so far is working, and it's definitely saving me time and making the flow easier. So yeah, I got a good prompt here. Giving this back to Terminal Claude. So yeah, essentially, if you're just joining in, what I'm doing right now is I'm creating a trade truth journal app, and it is a app for investors. Most trading, yeah, most trading journals only look at like technical trading stuff, like when did this person buy, when did they sell, was it like the right time based on the price. Um, But this one is doing that, but it's also adding on a layer of like psychology, which is the main function of this app, which is solving the main pain point based on trader mindset and strategy gap. So it's gonna be like a coach for people based on their mindset, which is the most important thing in my opinion for beginners to master, and most of them like just don't know that that's even something that they only know to look at things from like, how did they learn to trade, to follow certain indicators and buy low, sell high, but they don't understand how big of a role mindset comes in. So this is gonna really like evaluate someone's mindset when they're making trades, and then it should be able to like understand better over time, like how it's affecting their trading, or their, even if they're not trading, even if they're just buying and investing and holding long term. It'll help them understand like where their mindset is when they're making buys. So if they're buying at a bad time, you can look at like what the mindset plays into all that, and it's going to be like a coach. So essentially, there is that. That's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm building, and the main thing that I'm doing today with my process, because I'm trying to do something every day to make my workflow or my process better. So I just implemented this new 3 window workflow maybe like 3 builds ago, and it had me manually like essentially like right now like I just finished the I did an audit and it just finished making the fixes from that audit. So originally what I would do is I would be like, before this new like changes that I made, which are all in the Claude MD, and then I'm also using Codex, so I had to make a Codex MD. So I essentially updated it. First I made changes based on when I was in plan mode, it was like it would like make the plan and it would automatically start with the build. And I didn't want to do that because I want to do the build in the terminal. So I had to tell it like, have me like verify the plan is right before you like write it into the plan MD. And also before it was not writing it in the right place. So I had it write it in the right place. And then it verified that was the right plan. It created the plan MD, but then it stopped, and it wasn't doing that before, even when I told it to. But I found out by updating the Claude MD that worked. So essentially, now what I was doing in the past was I'd have it finish a step in the terminal, and then I would essentially take the result of the step being done. I'd copy and paste it into an LLM, and I'd say, hey, I just finished this step. Give me a prompt that I can give to Codex to do the audit. And then Codex would do the audit, and it would give me a result of the audit, and then I take that into the LLM and say, hey, give me a prompt I can give back to Claude in the terminal to make the fixes. So now what I did by updating the Claude MD file and the Codex MD file is that Claude will finish the step of the build, and then it will give me a result of like the main things that it thinks it should audit, and then it will give me a prompt that I can just copy and paste right to Codex. And then Codex does the audit, and it tells me what it did, and it gives me a prompt that I can just copy and paste right back into Claude. So basically, I cut out that extra step, and now people were telling me about I could get agents or sub agents that could even further take it down and automatically do the taking one prompt from like Claude to Codex. But then when I looked into building that agent on Claude, it seemed like there was like some like problem to where it would not be able to easily communicate with Codex. So essentially, it looked like that made it some problem, and I need to look into that more. But that sounds like an awesome thing to implement for the next build. Um, just see whatever I can do to like make this workflow flow more and be more professional. So yeah, every day for the last couple builds, I've done something that has made my workflow so much better, and so awesome to document it. And I'm very grateful to have this opportunity. So going back to the comments, someone's saying that doesn't look right. I'm guessing they're talking about the prices on the what they're paying for different tools. And I was talking about the yellow and green like color coding now, and someone's giving me an answer for that. Awesome. The yellow and greens are changed files, they believe. Maybe I didn't have it before, like before I did like Git. Yeah, that's I have not pushed to GitHub yet, so I need to. I'm gonna do that starting now. You have a Git extension with 34 changes, the third from the top. Okay, I see what you're talking about. This thing right here. Okay. And then the person with the they're telling us about their app. It's not good enough to be put on the market yet. They're going to show us and then communicate the competitive advantage, but not on a public chat because it's their IP. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever you think is best for what you're doing, that's cool. And yeah, like I was saying, the Discord's out there, so if you want to put it on there, but however you feel about like sharing that, that's fine. So okay, back to this build, I would be having it. It just did the step 5 audit fixes. and it's good. So now I'm going to tell it to, oh yeah, I wanted to push it to GitHub. I got to create the GitHub repository. So yeah, I got to try to remember that, and even it sounds like I could just implement something in my Claude MD file to automatically have it pushed to GitHub like every couple steps or something. So this one is the Trade Truth Journal. All right, I got the URL. I'm gonna have Gemini make me a prompt. All right, because of the confusion, I'm not really understanding how to create subagents that would talk between Claude and Codex. I'm going to hold off on that subagent thing for now and do more research. But essentially, I just created a new repository in GitHub. I'm going to paste the URL they gave me, and I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Claude to do the first push to GitHub. So much to learn, and that's definitely the fun part. Yes. Yeah, I love this learning part of it, and I try to make something more difficult than the day before every day, just so that I am more likely to run into problems, because that is where I'm learning the most, is by solving and fixing problems. And yeah, that's awesome. Like I just love building so much. So like you are sound like you have a similar mindset to me, that a lot of people, like, they don't like learning, and they see it as like, something they don't want to do, or like, I'm always trying to learn something new. Like, I really enjoy learning stuff. All right, got the first push prompt. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Now I got see what step I'm on. I feel like I just did, yep, all 5 fixes applied. So I gotta do, what was that, step 5? Yep. So I'm on step 6. Yep, start step 6. Say that 10 times fast. All right. Yeah. Uh definitely definitely I want to feel like I'm caught up. I want to feel like I'm like everything is implemented that could be implemented and like everything is done, but that's going to be a while. I feel like I'm like some of these live sessions are like 7 hours long and it's totally worth it because of like the progress I'm making, but I want to get this like workflow down where I can build things quicker and um it's just a matter of time getting everything down. That's like anything, it just takes longer in the beginning to like get learned and get caught up and then it's like autopilot. But totally feel like I'm in the right flow in the right place, working on the right stuff. And there's so much I want to do and just got to do things one at a time. And I'm already seeing when I started this first phase, I was not knowing what step was going to come next, and now I'm seeing it like very clear. Just a few things that not sure exactly how it'll go, but I'm seeing the next step. I'm seeing really the next like kind of 2 or 3 steps. But yeah, I've still got phase 1. I've still got like 7 more apps to build, and this is like perfect amount of apps. Like this 30 apps is like the perfect amount I feel like to get my flow down, to get my workflow, to understand like the building process, and then I can start building like better things. But yeah, for right now, just building these MVPs. Um, the only thing I'm really not focusing on right now, I guess, that I should maybe start doing more with these final builds is the UI, because these are just MVPs, so I'm not really putting much detail into UI, barely if any, and I should start at least trying to like implement one new UI thing each day, so that when I do get to the step of building the actual product, that it looks right, or professional, I guess is the right word. But yeah, I feel like it's time to go to some abundance teachings, and right away, first one I pulled up is like right, just like stuck out to me the most is you create your own reality. There's no exceptions. Your point of attraction, so like where you have your focus, what you're focusing on, where your mind is at, is determined by your dominant thoughts and feelings, not by external conditions. So you have control over that, right? It's not that like, things are happening in your life that are causing you to focus on negative things. It's more like negative things that are happening in your life because you're focusing on negative things, or positive things are happening because you're focused on the positive. And too many people get that backwards, I feel like. This is all abundance. This is all about there's enough out here for everybody. Everybody has the ability to, get whatever they need in life, and really like create their own reality. So like this is huge. Like you can vibe code your own reality with your mind, just like you can vibe code an app together. And yeah, like it's your point of attraction. It's what you focus on, and it's your mind. And even a deeper level of this, like like the ancient yogis all understood from meditation, from doing like tons of meditation, is like you are not your mind. Like so many people identify with their mind and they think that like their thoughts are them, but like really like you are observing your mind. Like when you're thinking and when you're like thinking like negative or positive thoughts, like you're aware that you're thinking these. Like you have another level of awareness that's bigger than your mind. So that's like your real, true, authentic self is the part of you that's aware of your thoughts. So when you realize that you're not your mind and you don't associate with what you're thinking, and you learn to become aware of your thoughts and your real authentic self, and you learn how to like program your mind to stay positive all the time and stay in abundance, then that's the reality you're going to get. All right, so we got the description of what we did here, step 6, and got some known risks, mainly Gemini API key exposure. And we got a prompt for Codex audit based on what was found and what was done in this step. So I just give that right to Codex to do the audit. And yeah, I was looking too into this like workflow that I have, and as far as I've seen, I don't see anyone that's doing this specific like workflow like I am. And it's just kind of evolved from like me trying to like make adjustments every day. And the people I'm seeing mainly on YouTube that are vibe coding, seems like everyone has their own, like it's still such an early skill. It seems like everybody kind of has their own different workflow, and it's definitely like custom based on like what a person is working on. And this bug really likes me, so he's just trying to crawl up on my mouse too. All right, you can stay there if you really want to. Okay, so yeah, and I'm learning a lot from what I'm seeing of other people's workflows. Like that's helping me a ton. And really like I'm getting to a point when I'm looking at what other people are doing on here, and I'm starting to understand it. And in ways I'm feeling like in certain ways just by me doing this and like not referencing too much and starting as a beginner and kind of creating my own flow, like in certain ways I'm like ahead of like people that are already like experts because I'm just doing things differently. So it's got what, let's see, the results of the audit. We got medium overall, it looks like, for severity. Uh, just reading these audit things, trying to get a better understanding of how all this works. Another medium. Medium, low, low, low. And I think I just told it to do the mediums. Oh, it's got the low in there anyway. But yeah, it gave me the prompt. I'm giving it back to Claude Terminal to fix things I found from the audit. And got someone in the comment asking, am I using VS Code? Yep, that's what I got open right now on the screen that I'm using. You can see this blue logo I got my cursor on right now. That's like the VS Code logo. So if you don't know if someone's using VS Code, just look to see if this logo's up on the screen, and that would be it. So why not use anti-gravity or cursor? Essentially, when I first started, I used cursor. Cursor is $20 a month. and I had the AI recommended, the LLM recommended that I start with Cursor and Claude Code. So I started with Claude Code in the terminal on Cursor, but I was using like the Cursor window mostly to start because it was like slower than Claude Code and explained things better to me. And as I learned, I quickly found myself using Cursor less and less and mostly Claude Code until by the end of that first month, I had this Cursor subscription. I wasn't even using Cursor anymore. I just understood like everything it was doing, and I was like, okay, Claude Code works way better and way quicker, and I understand it now. So I basically transitioned from Cursor to Claude Code, and because I did not want to pay the $20 a month for something I wasn't using, I found that VS Code is essentially the same thing as Cursor. Cursor is just like a fork of VS Code. So I started using VS Code for free, and I upgraded my Claude subscription so that I have more usage for Claude, and I'm not paying for Cursor anymore. So see, and don't fall for the Dunning-Kruger effect. I gotta look that one up. This bug is annoying me though. Oh, I see it. It's up on my collar. This bug really likes me. I'm like, it's wintertime. I don't know how he survived in my house like this. But yeah, he's a survivor. Most bugs aren't like trying to crawl on me like that. Whoa, he just flew off me. Okay, and he flew right in front of me. That bug, something else, man. Anyways, okay, did the fix here. So now I got to start it on step 7. All right. There we go. Starting step 7. Yeah, so I'm seeing in the comments that VS Code came first. Yeah, because isn't that because like Cursor is a fork of VS Code, right? So that means that like if it's a fork of something, from what I understand, that means like it came from that. So like someone made Cursor off of like VS Code. But anyways, yeah, that VS Code existed first. Yup. Cursor's subscription includes use of the models. Models like I'm not sure. Oh, it included, from what I understood, it just included use of like Cursor has its own like builder kind of thing, and it's just basically, I would describe it as a very dumbed down version of Claude Code, and it's not very good at like finding problems. It's just basically doing what you tell it to do, and then it has like more in-depth description. It moves slower and tells you more of like what it's doing and what's going on, and I quickly got to understand everything that it was doing and quickly found myself using Claude Code mostly. Cursor borrowed the code from VS Code. Okay, that's a good way to think about it. Awesome. So most just go to their camp, which I think is kind of how the current model sub economy is being forced. Um, go to their camp. I guess I'm not really sure. Like most people just go with whatever like LLM they prefer using. Is that kind of what you're saying? I think. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Like I guess right now the main 3 are really like GPT, Claude, and Gemini. So as far as I'm concerned, those are the 3 that are kind of like fighting right now for the market share. And definitely I prefer different like to rank it for the LLM. I would say Gemini flows with me the best, then Claude, then GPT. For coding, Claude Code for auditing codecs, and then Gemini I've heard is better for UI, but I have not implemented Gemini yet. And that is something I should do when I start getting past the MVP stage and making UI more of a priority. All right, so I see what it did. Known risks, multiple Supabase queries. And then the audit prompt. I'm giving the audit prompt to Codex to do the auditing. So a suggestion that I should learn to separate, there are the LLM models, which are the brains that respond to you. Yep. Then there's the coding tool. The VS Code for the CLI. Cursor, anti-gravity, Claude Code. Oh, like VS Code is the coding tool. And then essentially CLI is like how you would hook up like Cursor or Claude Code or anti-gravity to the coding tool. And just for my workflow right now, I'm still using the LLM in my workflow, but I've noticed I'm like using it less and less. Like my first build, I pretty much only used, I would just switch back and forth between the LLM and Cursor. All right, so we got the results. We got medium, low, low, low. Awesome, only one medium. Copy that, give it back to Claude in the terminal. CLI coding tools, Claude Code, Gemini. Okay. Open code. Okay. Yeah, I want to like verify this better, so can you help me better understand the difference between like LLMs and CLIs and coding tools and like I feel like I understand LLMs the best, so give me more information about CLIs and coding tools, and also like explain to me like I guess there's a long list of tools. Explain like maybe like the top 10 and kind of like a summary of like what all these different tools do. So yeah, CLI, command line interface. Gemini is saying, think of the current AI coding landscape as a construction site. The LLM is the architect's brain. The CLI is the high-powered tool belt, and the coding tools, the IDEs, are the fully equipped workshops. So like a breakdown, LLM, a massive model like Claude or GPT that understands language and code. CLI is the worker, a text-based interface where you type commands to control your computer. And the coding tool IDE, the workshop, a graphical application like VS Code where you write, view, and manage code. Oh, okay. It's like the CLI is like the Claude Code terminal. So then like Claude Code window for plan mode, and then like Codex window would also be like CLIs. I see that. I see it, but I feel like I was getting too much confused with the LLM and CLI. So the command line interface, In the past, CLIs were just dumb boxes where you type git push or npm install, but now they're agentic CLIs. These are tools like Claude Code that live in your terminal. They aren't just a chat box, they have hands. They can see your files, run a command to see if the code works, and if it fails, they read the error and fix it themselves without you having to copy paste anything. Coding tools, IDEs. An IDE, integrated development environment, is the visual way to code. It's the big window where you see all your files on the left and your code in the middle. Modern AI native IDEs like Cursor, like here's VS Code, have the AI built into every fabric of the editor, so it knows exactly what you're looking at and can suggest changes as you type. Awesome. Right, I'm done with the step 7 audit fixes. I want to make sure, I'm going to look at the plan to make sure we have not missed any steps. Usually it crosses out each step as I do it, but it doesn't look like it did this time. So anyways, that should be at step 8. Step 6 fixes, start step 7, yep, and then I did step 7 fixes. So it should be start step 8 for the next prompt. Getting there. Over here, over where, over there. Only one place to go is get there. Okay, so okay, so I'm looking at like the most powerful tools and like Cursor and Claude Code. I know both those. The GitHub Copilot, agent mode, the pragmatic choice. It's built into almost every editor and is the most stable for professional enterprise work. We got Agentic Specialist, Aider, a CLI tool that is a favorite for Git native developers. It automatically creates clear commit messages for every change it makes and is excellent at complex refactoring. Windsurf, a high performance IDE that focuses on flow state. It uses an agent called Cascade that is incredibly fast at navigating large code bases. Klein, which was formerly Claude Dev, an open source VS Code extension. It's best for people who want bring your own key and have total control over what the AI can and cannot touch. No setup cloud tools. Replit Agent, a browser-based IDE. You can describe an app in plain English and it sets up the server database and front end instantly. Perfect for rapid prototyping. Oh, so there's a bunch of these. Okay. Bolt is like a web-based tool by StackBlitz. It allows you to prompt full stack web apps into existence and see them run in your browser immediately. So it sounds like all these tools are like, it's either like one or the other. I don't see people using like multiple, I guess. Well, then no, that's not true because there was a time when I started, I was using Cursor and Claude Code in the same, what would that be, IDE. And I mean, even right now, I'm using Codex and Claude Code in the same IDE. So, Gemini CLI, Google's terminal agent, known for having a massive context window, up to 2 million tokens, meaning you can feed an entire library of documentation or a massive code base and it won't forget the beginning. That's good to know. So other than Gemini being good at UI, it has a bigger context window, and maybe that's the reason why it's better at UI. Okay, CoinGecko rate limits. I'm guessing, yeah. Okay, so I found the context meter for Codex, and I'm only 27% of the way used. And Codex automatically compacts its content. So does Claude. I was thinking this might be like the context meter. Claude Code, sometimes it shows it and sometimes it doesn't. Usually it's like down here, but I don't see it. So we got the audit findings. We got a medium, a low. That's it. So awesome. Only 2 things I found. Why it matters. So copy and paste. Back in the terminal. So back to the comments. They're talking about, we were just talking about the different, like trying to understand, make sure I'm clear on like the different tools and like LLMs and CLI, because I was kind of like getting that confused, I think. And they're saying tier 1 is the LLM labs, Google, Anthropic, OpenAI. They make the LLM model, Gemini, Claude, GPT. Yep. Okay, so that's like the company, like the labs is kind of like the company. And then they make like their product of LLM. So like Twitter or X makes like Grok. So like Twitter or X would be like the lab. Okay. They each made their own tools and they sell you subscriptions to the models to be used almost explosively just on their tools. OpenAI doesn't force that. The other two do. Doesn't enforce that. Or force, I see. Okay, so like Claude has like co-work and skills. I understand. Like how today I had to do one MD file, like a Claude MD and a Codex MD. Okay. Tier 2 includes the resellers like Cursor, Windsurf. Microsoft is almost tier 1 with Copilot as they are invested in OpenAI. So I did not know that Microsoft is an investor with OpenAI. So essentially, I'm sure they're helping each other with like info if they're invested in it. Um, Tier 3 is the easy tools for people who don't want to see code, like Lovable, Replit. Okay, I've heard of Lovable, and Replit is probably like Lovable then. So yeah, um, from what I understand, a lot of people used Lovable before Claude Code got better. But now, like, Claude Code is way more customizable and better than Lovable, from what I understand. You can build way better things on Claude Code, from what I understand, than you can build with Lovable or probably even Replit. So, Tier 4, you have the cheap Chinese models, very cheap, but one generation behind kind of thing. GLM, Minimax, Alibaba. Oh, Alibaba has one. Okay. So yeah, it sounds like the Chinese ones, they probably cost less, but they're like not nearly as good. The only one I recognize from there is that Alibaba, because I know Alibaba is like the Chinese, like Amazon, basically. Yeah, from what I understand about like Chinese companies, is the reason like I was looking into investing in Alibaba when the price was really low. I don't know if it was like a year or 2 years ago. Then I did more research, and from what I understood is like if you invest, even if it's on the stock market, you can invest in Chinese companies. But from what I understand, like something like all Chinese companies are owned by the Chinese government. So they could like decide to like do anything to like change the price. Like they can kind of like manipulate their stock market, stuff like that, to avoid buying Chinese stocks, from what I was told. Okay, so we got step 8 audit fix is done. How many steps are there? I think there might have. Okay, we got 9, 10. 2 more steps, awesome. Then as far as I know, I've been watching, I have not seen a compact conversation yet. So this would be like 3 days in a row where I'm doing the whole build without it compacting the conversation, I think. All right, so DeepSeek was the first of them. I guess you're talking about like the Chinese models. And yeah, I do not remember hearing about DeepSeek. So I think Claude Code was the very first coding tool that I heard of. And then just from talking to Gemini, I was saying, well, if you're a beginner, um, should try a combination of Cursor and Claude Code. And they were right because like Claude Code was like, basically I had no idea what it was doing. Um, and by just working with mostly Gemini in the start, it gave me like a better description, I felt like, than Claude Code did, than what it was doing, and it got me more to understood through what Gemini was doing, that then I was able to pick up on what Claude Code was doing. And now it's like what was like a different language to me at first is now I'm like starting to like understand it. All right. Codex audit prompt. Oh, that was quick. Awesome. Yeah, I'd only found one thing, and it's a medium. That's good. Supabase query errors are ignored for both streak and inactivity checks. Failures can silently suppress or distort alerts. All right. Given that prompt for the fix, back to Claude. So back to the comments. The GPT-X codecs are the models optimized for coding. Okay, these are super new, but there is GPT 5.4 as a generic. One person working with it said it was better than the Codex one for coding. It sounds like Shrug, you're saying like, yeah, you're not really sure. And you like GPT 5.4 better than GPT 5.3 Codex. Okay. So basically, I'm kind of confused. Like, GPT 5.4, is that just an LLM? Well, it can't be if you're comparing it to Codex, I'm guessing. It's like GPT 5.3 Codex. Because I thought like all of GPT just did an upgrade to 5.4. But I think, oh, try to change the model and see. Yeah, because I've got GPT 5.3 Codex. And yeah, it shows GPT 5.4. So I'm just not sure how that's different from okay. Yeah, so I want to ask Gemini. Right now for Codex, I'm using GPT 5.3 Codex, and someone was just recommending me or letting me know that basically there is a GPT 5.4 option, but it doesn't say Codex. So I'm just kind of confused. Like, is that like a better version of Codex? Is that doing the same thing I would be doing with Codex, like which is basically auditing? And like, what would happen if I just switched right now from GPT 5.3 Codex to GPT 5.4? So yeah, I was just asking Gemini that. So yeah, different models. Just wondering like why it doesn't say Codex after 5.4. The confusion between GPT 5.3 Codex and GPT 5.4 is totally understandable because OpenAI just made massive architectural shift in the last few days. Here's a breakdown of what changed and what happens if I switch. The big merge: previously, OpenAI kept two separate brains, a general purpose brain, GPT, and then a specialized coding brain, Codex. With the release of 5.4, they have unified them. Interesting. GPT 5.3 Codex, this is a specialist model. It was trained specifically on pull requests, technical documentation, and terminal logs. It's great at the audit work I'm doing because it's a bit more paranoid about bugs. Okay. And GPT 5.4 is a generalist elite model. It's not that it doesn't do Codex, it's that OpenAI has baked the Codex capabilities directly into the GPT 5.4 model. It is designed to replace the need to choose between the two. Oh, I see. GPT, oh, the main thing I'm seeing is GPT 5.4 has a 1.05 million tokens context window, and GPT 5.3 has a 400k tokens context window, and 5.4 is 1.5 times faster than Codex. GPT 5.4 logic is better at business logic, and the GPT 5.3 Codex is focused more on code. GPT 5.3 Codex manual tools only. GPT 5.4 native computer use. It can see your screen. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Um, it sounds like yeah, it's mostly better at everything really, especially like business logic. If I switch, like right now, mid project from 5.3 to 5.4. Here's what I'll notice: less laziness. GPT 5.4 is reported to have much fewer glitches where the AI gets lazy and just says insert the logic here. Better context, faster fixes, tone shift. GPT 5.4 is more professional coworker and less rigid auditor. But I might need to remind it like to be stricter on the prompt. Okay. Since I'm on the last step, I'm not going to change it today, but I'm going to take a note definitely. All right. So where am I at? I'm at did the step 9 audit fix. So I'll just tell it to start step 10. All right. So this should be the last step, and then I can try it out. Yep, that 1 million input tokens, that's got to be like, and I saw that, I was like, okay, why am I not using this right now? That's more than double of the context window of GPT 5.3. I'm not sure what Gemini's context window was, but I think I saw it earlier today that Gemini was also 1 million, so it's just like barely bigger than Gemini. And I have no clue what oh, now it's showing me context left until auto compact 11% for Claude Terminal. So that doesn't come up until you're like getting close. And I feel like fixing the auditing stuff in the Claude Terminal is getting it closer to the compact. And I think to make my workflow better, it might make more sense to do my audit fixes in Codex, because if I didn't do these audit fixes, but I don't know if like, yeah, that's something I need to ask. Don't sweat it for sure. Yeah, probably not that big of a deal. Just need to like fail fast and make mistakes and not try to be like perfect. Like I'm always just trying to be like too perfect on certain things when should just let it do its thing and then make mistakes and learn from the mistakes and not try to anticipate what might happen or what might go wrong. But yeah, I mean, I'm on the last step, and there's still 8% left. Even though, from what I understand, it's better to auto compact the conversation when it's like past 60%, because that's when it starts making problems or being more likely to. But saying the context probably has like 500 versions of the same thing, and it's fine to just remove stuff. Oh, okay, I think I know what you mean. Because the main thing I understand why most people have like multiple Claude Code like terminals up is they'll do like one of them just for the UI, one of them just for like the front end, and one of them just for the back end. And that way is the main reason they're doing that is to lower the context so that each what do you call it? Each window has its own full level of context. But either way, that's pretty good to they like to do this whole build, and now I'm at 4%. So Maybe. Hopefully I can at least just get to the last audit without it compacting. But yeah, like you said, that's really nothing to worry about. Like, I'm still like in the beginning learning phases and still got a lot to learn, I feel like. But I've learned a lot. Come a long way, but got a long way to go. Gotta walk and don't look back. Exactly. Like the more complex the project is, the more it matters. Um, these projects, like I would say, they're more complex than like the first app I built, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm guessing like this project right here is still pretty small compared to like what is possible to build. All right. Codex audit prompt. This is the last audit, I think. Well, only John knows that, but yeah, hopefully it's the last one, at least for the build. And there's still 4% left. So yeah, after this audit, and I do the audit fix, then I can check it out. So I was just talking about context with some people in the chat, and someone mentioned to me something that I don't really understand. We were just talking about like, basically like sticking to one topic in regards to context. Like I'm guessing they're saying like the larger the project is, the more context matters. And if the project is small, it doesn't really matter. And then I'm about to paste the comment that they made that I don't really understand, that I want you to kind of like help explain to me. All right, we got the audit report done. It's like medium, medium, low. Cool. All right, so some developer wisdom that's less about technical hard limits and more about AI focus. When people say start worrying at 100 files, they aren't saying the AI will crash. They're saying the AI will start getting distracted. Um, so like think of AI's context window as a workbench. Small project, you might only have 5 files. You can lay them all out on the bench, see every line of code, and never lose your screwdriver. The AI is brilliant because it has a perfect recall of your entire project. If you have 100 or more files, you can't lay them all out. You have to put some in a drawer, retrieve them only when needed. Um, a 100 file benchmark is roughly when the AI starts struggling to know which files in the drawer and which files in the drawer are actually relevant to the bug that you're fixing. It starts guessing, and that's where the vibe coding shortcuts become hallucinations. Interesting. Why node modules don't count. Your friends were spot on about excluding node modules. The AI already knows standard libraries. It doesn't need to read the 50,000 files in your node modules to know how React or Next.js works. It was trained on that stuff. Reading node modules is noise. If I force the AI to index your node modules, you're basically forcing it to read an entire encyclopedia while trying to do a crossword puzzle. It wastes attention budget on code you didn't write and likely don't need to change. Okay. All right. Looks like I'm done. I have it push it to GitHub, and then I'm gonna try and see how it works. And yeah, they're saying like to help me understand the project size better, a micro for like a micro project, an app, 5 to 20 files. AI behavior is like a perfect recall. Wonder if that's where Total Recall came from. That movie. You can say fix everything and it will work. For a small app, 20 to 50 files, high reliability. It might forget a small CSS rule, but the logic stays solid. So with 100 plus files, this is like there's like a wall. It's saying that once it gets more than 100 files, then you're in the danger zone. The AI starts losing the thread. It will forget your Claude MD rules or rewrite a function that already exists in another file. So how to protect your context. The person in your chat is telling you not to worry yet because your trade tooth journal is likely only 15 to 20 files. You have plenty of disk space left. Once I hit that 100 file mark, I need to use these 3 pro strategies. Strict modularization. Keep your logic in small independent pieces so the AI only needs to see 2 to 3 files to solve a problem. MCP, Model Context Protocol. This is a new technology in Claude Code that acts like a librarian. Instead of shoving 100 files onto the desk, the AI asks the librarian, can you find the file that handles the Superbase connection, and only looks at that one. For context pruning, this is why we created your Claude MD. It tells the AI only look at the files mentioned in the plan MD for this specific step. So don't over-engineer your workflow yet. Okay, right now what I'm doing is small enough that Claude can see everything. I don't need complex subagents or advanced memory management until the project folder starts looking like a massive corporate library, around 100 files. So I'm guessing these are all the files right here, but like, okay, Superbase. Oh yeah, there's like multiple files in all these. Okay. I see it has not even created the env file yet, so I still have to put the what do you call it, the API in. All right. Yep, just compacted the conversation. I think that's the first time it's done that since I started this new workflow. Okay, so what kind of project do you think would create like 100 different files or more? Just asking Gemini. So like I was talking earlier about the color coding, like the gray on the file, and dude in the comments is saying that the gray stuff is in git ignore and it's not pushed to the git repo, and they're mostly ignored by AI, for example, and at times other tools. And then there's looks like a helpful maybe like a blog post, first aid tips for resuscitating your LLM coding agent. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Um, okay, so I think I just got to do run. Oh yeah, got to get that API in. Gonna go into plan mode. All right, so I think that the build is done. All the steps are done building. I noticed there is not a env file yet for me to put in the API key. And could you go ahead and create that file with the correct labels for the API or APIs that I need to put in? Because it's not going to work right if the API is not in it. So it's going to create the, it was telling me to manually create the file, but why not just have it do it automatically for me? Okay. Definitely some keys I'm not used to seeing. CoinGecko's already set. Their free tier doesn't need a key. Okay. So I just gotta shift it over to the browser so I can put in the API keys. Um, I do not know where to get some of those though. All right, for Supabase, I'm gonna have to copy that into Gemini. All right, I'm ready to put in the API keys, and essentially, um, for Supabase, I've never used Supabase before. There's three different keys that I need to put in. It looks like I'm going to paste what they need from me for Supabase. But could you please explain to me like what this is and like how do I get this information from Supabase? Supabase is my backend in a box instead of me having to build a database from scratch. Set up the authentication system and manage file storage. Supabase gives me a professional grade PostgreSQL database and an API to talk to it instantly. Think of it as the engine and gas tank for the Trade Truth Journal. Key name, next public Supabase URL, the specific address of your database on the internet. Like that's fine to show in public, and the next public Supabase ANN key. The front door key, it lets your app's visitors read and write data, but only if they follow the rules. Role level security, that's public, but the master key bypasses all security rules. It can delete your whole database or see every user's private data and never show this to anyone or put it in a public file. Okay. I gotta log into my Supabase dashboard. Never done that before. So let's see with Supabase. See, they tell me to sign in or start a project. Click start a project. Probably continue with GitHub. So for Supabase, if I just have never used it before, do I just I click start a project? Do I just continue with GitHub and then it just automatically connects to the GitHub for this project and then it can give me the information? Essentially, yes, Supabase makes this very easy. So yeah, do it with GitHub. Authorize Supabase. New tool, I'm guessing Supabase is. I've never used Supabase before. Click new project, give it a name. Unless it can see the hopefully you can just see the GitHub repo that I just pushed over. All right, I'm creating my account and I have the options for enable data API, which is checked, and enable automatic RLS, which is not checked, and both of these are for security. Should I check them both? I'll be right back. All right, create a new project. It's just like Supabase is connecting with my GitHub and setting up an account. Okay, I see. So I was just reading like how to get these keys. Just got to create the new project. Sounds like I can't link it from the already repo from GitHub. Yeah, I'm not seeing where to give it a name. I don't really understand. Um, all right, so I'm on Supabase, and basically it says the status is healthy, and it says like the name of my account, the same account name that I have for GitHub, and it says this is the project. I'm not seeing where I can change the name on the project. I'm guessing like this project means like the project that goes with this Trade Truth Journal, and it looks like they just like automatically, since this is a new account, created this project as the only project that's there. So yeah, as someone who's never used Supabase before, where do I name the project? And then what do I need to do after I name it to get those API keys? All right, go to settings. Oh, I see. Trade Truth Journal. All right, named it. That same setting should have the APIs. Okay. Oh, I see API keys. Okay. I guess I found it. Awesome. So I got the and public. Role key. Next public URL. All right, now I'm looking at the spot where the API keys are listed, and they have publishable and secret API keys, and then legacy anon. So both the anon and the service role were in there, and the only other option is publishable and secret, and it's showing me one publishable and one secret key, and I need the next public Supabase URL. So I guess where do I find that one? Project URL. Project configuration or data API. Oh, I don't see that. So I think it's got to be one of these, right? The publishable or secret, because I'm not seeing what it's saying for. At least I know it should look like a URL, so. Maybe data API. API URL, I found it. This is so weird. I'm just not used to using Supabase. They have their APIs in different places, but this should be it. Because it's like, yeah, okay. Now I just gotta get the Gemini API. All right, I got it. Now I just need to get my Gemini API. Can you list the link to get that? Awesome. Easy. Easy now. Right, so I just got to save. API keys are saved. So essentially, I'm going to let it know all the API keys are in. And hopefully I can begin to check it out. All right, I just put in all the API keys. So let me know, do you need to do anything before I try the site out for the first time on the local browser? Looks like I can go back to the code. Can you explain more to me about Supabase? Like, what is it? How come I've never used it on any projects before? What is it doing for this project? And just anything else that I might not think to ask. npm run dev. Yeah, that was a good pair. Man, you gotta wait till those pears are like ripe. I always buy pears at the store and like gotta wait like a week. Then you only got like a 2-day window before it gets like too ripe. Anyways. All right, so I'm about to try it. Here we go. It's like the moment of truth for today, at least the first one. All right, so I want to go to the browser for the stream. Let's see. There we go. So far, so good. I gotta create an account. Let's see. And yeah, I've never had it create an account on any of my apps before because it wasn't necessary, but for this one, it's definitely necessary because I gotta confirm my email even. Okay. I don't see it. Maybe it's in my spam. Email not confirmed. All right, so how do I confirm the email then? Okay. All right, so the app is working, but I'm trying to sign in. I created an account and I made sure I double checked the email address is correct, but it's saying like I tried to sign in and it says email not confirmed, but I don't see any kind of like confirmation email in my inbox. So essentially, it's not letting me sign in. Yeah, every time I think I'm done, that's usually when the biggest problems come. So I just got to know that this is the best learning opportunities, and this is like the best part of the build. So this email not confirmed wall is the most common roadblock for first time. Oh no, this is not Superbase. Okay, I should have been more specific. This is not for Superbase. This is for the new app that I just created, the Trade Truth Journal. I had it so that you get an account and essentially like I've never made it an app with where you have to sign in and get an account before, and I'm just trying it for the first time. I used my own email address, created a password, and then I tried to sign in with that email and password, and it's saying email not confirmed. Even though this is happening in the app, the permission to log in is actually controlled by Superbase, which is acting as the security guard for your app. Because I'm using Superbase to manage the users, it defaults to a very strict verify your email first policy to prevent spam. Since I'm in the middle of building and just want to get in the app, I have two quick ways to fix this. Option one, the easy button, disable the check. This is the fastest way to get past the email not confirmed message. Tell Superbase if someone signs up, let them in immediately without an email link. Why not? Or I can manually verify, whichever is easier. I'm gonna go to Superbase. Find users. Do not see users, so I'll just do the easy way. Oh, I see it. Okay. There's me with my email. This is the user. It says waiting for verification. Oh, so I can just manually verify here just to test it at least. Send a confirmation email. Oh, there's an error message. Okay, so that's the problem is there's something in Superbase that it's not able to send this email. And I'm going to have to figure that out. But that's not going to stop me from finishing the build, so wish it would have left that error message up there. All right, why not just try to fix this error message so that other people can actually use it? If it's easy to do, that makes way more sense. All right, so I went to try to like fix it, and I did not see three dots, so I just clicked basically like it showed my email address, and it gave me some more information, and then there was a button I could click to send a verification email. I tried clicking that, and it gave me an error message. I'm gonna post that error message here, and essentially, hopefully it's an easy fix, because it looks like what the problem is that like Supabase is not able to send out emails. So hopefully if I fix this, then other people can use it, because the way it's set up right now is like I could like manually override just this email, but then like it'll work for me, but then no one else will be able to try it, and then I just have to fix that anyway later, so I might as well do it now. I feel like if it's easy. Um Confirms what I suspected. The built-in email trial server has a strict limit of 3 emails per hour. I only did it once, but anyways. Since I've been testing and clicking resend, I've hit that ceiling. The good news is actually rite of passage for every Supabase developer. Here's how to fix it immediately. Manually confirm the user. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a better solution. So I should turn off confirm email. That'll solve it for everyone. Awesome. Go to authentication providers email. Okay. Awesome. Just turned off confirm email. Save changes. Try this again. Email not confirmed. Come on. Maybe because I created the account before I made that change. I don't know. Okay, so I toggled off confirm email, but I'm still getting email not confirmed. Error message. Yeah, it only applies to new signups for the account I already created. Okay. Why not just make a new signup? Yeah, okay, fix that. All right, so at least now anybody can use it. They don't have to confirm their email. I'm not sure why that was like having that problem. They said it was because there was a 3 email per hour limit, but that was the first one I ever did, so that doesn't make sense. All right, here's the dashboard. I'm going back just to make sure that it's let's see. Yes, okay, so I'm in first first app I made where you have to sign in, and basically the reason that it has this is because it's gonna remember people over time, and like it doesn't really start getting out like good personalized data until you have like 10 different trades in, but it should give some data like based on your first one at least. So why not show it the trade I made today? Awesome. I did like 3 or 4 trades today. I'm still in it though, but yeah, I should be able to see based on what I did. Okay, awesome. Complete all 7 items before entering a trade. This keeps you disciplined. Yup, I checked the higher time frames. I did check for news events. I just do that every morning automatically, real quick. Right now, the main thing is the war, but yeah, we'll see what's happening with that. I'm surprised so far it's been such a like low impact on the markets, but yeah, we'll see what happens through time. Only time will tell. Did I plan a stop loss? Yes, I did right away. Did it fit my trading plan? Yes. Risk to reward defined. Yeah, it was. I'm already very profitable from this trade. Already up over 100%. Position size calculated. Continue to trade entry. Failed to save checklist. Okay. Interesting. There's a bug right there. All right, so I'm signed in, and the first thing it had me do is a pre-trade checklist. I clicked all 7 of 7 things to check, and then I clicked continue to trade entry, and an error message came up that said failed to save checklist. All right. Probably means the database is in security mode, but I haven't given my app the specific permission slip to write to the table. Since I'm signed in, the app is trying to save the checklist to a table, but the database is blocking it because it doesn't have a policy that says allow me to save my data. Fastest way to fix this is to run a small piece of SQL in your Supabase dashboard. This will create the permission slip for you. All right, so I got to go to back to Supabase and SQL editor. New query. I don't even think I have to hit new one. I'm just going to try copying and paste this in. It's giving me a prompt to give to create a new query. I got an error message. So yeah, this Supabase I think is only necessary because I did a login thing, and this is teaching me a ton. All right, I copied and pasted that prompt you told me to give to the SQL editor, and there was no button to click new query. Essentially, it just said like type in your query here and then click run CTRL, and I did that, and I got an error message that I'm about to paste here. So yeah, just adding this extra step of Supabase is like a whole new thing to learn. I did not think that that would just having add in the login thing, there'd be so much more to learn, but that's how it works. The error is just the database way of saying I have no idea what a checklist table is. Since we're vibe coding, the AI likely chose a slightly different name when it initialized your database based on common patterns for this project. It's probably checklist entries. We got to find out the true name before we guess again. Let's look at the actual list of tables in your database. Click the table editor. See a list of tables there. Look for the one that sounds like your checklist. Oh, there's no tables there, so that would make sense. All right, so there's no tables there, and there's just an option to create a table, and I'm in the table editor. This explains exactly why I'm getting that error. So the vibe coding process with AI successfully built the front end and the logic, but it hasn't actually initialized the database tables in Supabase yet. So like my app is shouting into an empty room. Click new. Okay, so SQL editor, click new query. Paste in the prompt, run CTRL, success, no rows returned. That's what it said it would do. So yeah, I'm using, I just noticed the comments. I'm using Claude Code. For this build, I used 3 different windows: Claude Code plan mode in the chat window, Claude Code in the terminal to do the build, and then Codex in the chat window to do audits. So I would build like 1 or 2 steps at a time in the terminal and then go audit those steps and then have the terminal fix the audits, whatever it found. And now I've got this built. But essentially, this is the first app I've done that's done like a sign-in where a person can put in, like, create an account. And I'm working with this new tool I've never used called Supabase, and that's like holding the information for like keeping people's account information. And I'm just like running into some errors that I've never experienced before using a new program. but figuring it out pretty quick, I think. And so basically, I'm trying the new app that I just created, and you can see on the screen it's on like the first step of like setting up your account. All right, did that. No rows returned. Yep, that's what it said. Okay. Then go back to the table editor. Now I should see a table. No, I don't see it. All right, so I gave it that prompt in the SQL editor. I got the message that says success, no rows returned, but I go back to the table editor and there's still no tables that I see, and it's giving me the option just to create a table. Common syncing quirk in Supabase. Respect. Yeah, I just see the comments. Yeah, so are you a vibe coder, I guess? Like what is your kind of like workflow? What tools do you prefer to use? That's kind of what I want to know. I'm a beginner, so I'm just like kind of like building my own workflow, just trying to make it better, like one step at a time each day. And went from like Cursor, where I mostly use Cursor, and then switched to Claude Code in the terminal for fixing problems, to what I've got right now, kind of. Um, so the table definitely exists in the database's brain, but the table editor just hasn't refreshed its view yet. Okay. Most likely to fix. Supabase uses a system called PostgREST to show you the tables. Sometimes it gets stuck on an old map of your database. Awesome. Going back to the SQL editor. Running a new prompt. Same thing, no rows returned, so now it should be there. Still not though. Oh yeah, there it is. Just didn't see it. Okay, awesome. Making progress. Checklist entries. Oh, so now I guess just try the app and it should work. Failed to save checklist. Okay, now I found the checklist entries in the table editor. It says this table is empty. So I tried to go back to my local browser, and I tried to click the button continue to trade entry, and it's still saying failed to save checklist. It's very common for the first write to a database to fail even when the table looks perfect. Since the table exists but the save is failing, we likely have a communication breakdown between the browser and Supabase. 3-step diagnostic to get the trade truth journal moving. Open the gates test, temp fix. Sometimes even a perfect RLS policy has a tiny typo in a column. Name, like user ID versus user ID with a dash. Okay, to prove the problem is security, let's briefly turn off the shield. Go to table editor. Click RLS. or the shield icon at the top. Okay, I found RLS. Choose disable RLS. And go back to the app and try it again. Okay. Still failed to save checklist. Maybe just refresh it. Nope. So if it still fails, the problem is your API keys are the table name in your code. Right click anywhere on the app page and select inspect. Check the console tab. Look for the red text. Alright, so I'm still getting that failed to save checklist even after I disabled the RLS. And I went into the console and I'm about to paste what it shows when I clicked continue to trade entry for the error message. Hopefully it's something as simple as just me putting in the wrong API address. Means the security guard is letting me through, but the filing clerk is rejecting the paperwork because the columns don't match. Basically, the app is trying to send data into columns that don't exist in your checklist entries table. So, missing columns investigation. When we created the table earlier, we used 3 columns. I didn't create any columns. Let's run a super table script. This will add the most common columns that a trade journal checklist might be looking for. So here's another SQL. Success, no rows returned. If adding these columns doesn't work, click network. Click your continue button again. Find the red line that says checklist entries. Click it, then click the payload tab. And then paste what I see here. Alright, that didn't work, so I'm about to paste what I see in the payload tab. It seems like it shouldn't be this difficult. Like this makes me feel like when I do create something new that has like user login stuff, that I'm gonna look into other other options. So they're saying, aha, there it is. The payload reveals exactly what happened. The app is trying to be very specific, but the database is too simple. The code is trying to save each of those 7 checklist items into their own individual columns, but our database table currently only has a generic items completed column. Supabase sees those 7 specific names, look at the table, and says, I don't have a place to put these. So we need to update the checklist entries table to match that payload exactly, run this in the SQL editor. And I'm wondering how much of this, like, can't I just do this with Claude Code? Couldn't it just go and figure this out? Following potential issue has been detected. Ensure that these are intentional before executing this query. Has a destructive operation. I'm going to run it. What's it going to break something that's already broke? Success. No rows returned. Okay. So what to do now? Run the SQL code above. Go back to your app. Click the button again. It worked. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's awesome, and it's helping me understand this better. And it's telling me like basically like I could go to the app and even ask it like later like be more specific about like show me all the trades where I forgot to do a news check and see if my win rate dropped. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Job, you saw that. That's awesome. All right, so today I bought Bitcoin. Yep, it was along the entry price. Let's see. Oh man, it just went down like a percent, but I do see this trade kind of broke a level where it might be time to start taking profits, but I mean, I can't really complain because I started this trade right before I started. And just on the Bitcoin alone, I'm up like 200 some percent. I was up like 300% trading with 97x leverage. But all the altcoins that I just bought are on 10x leverage. And those have more like bigger trades. And those are all up like 25 to 30%. Like the main one, Cardano's up like 30%. But anyways, let's see, Bitcoin entry price 65702. Position size been $10 on 97x leverage. So 12 times 100, like 1,240. Yeah, 1,240. Okay. Stop loss is already back to break even. So 65702. And take profit I did not set. So that's one thing is telling me I should have had a take profit plan, but my plan is just to like watch it and if it broke the structure. So let's see, let's just look at what would be a logical take profit. 71959. Where did this idea come from? My own analysis. How am I feeling? When I made the trade, was feeling all right. Energy level, When I made the trade, it was high. Confidence in this trade, I would say, is like a 4. Why am I taking this trade? So I saw that the price had been going down for a couple days, and it's just made like one like final like long wick, what I'm guessing was the final long wick down. And I noticed that that wick went down to like the main level of support, and essentially it went up pretty quick, and I was quickly able to set my stop limit at break even. My goal for this trade is to stay in until the price starts to turn and breaks the structure. Um, Hopefully, this trade, goes up and breaks up out of the range that it's in the bottom of right now. But if not, I would like to hold it till at least the top of the range, or I'll be watching it to see if it just like breaks its structure and starts to go back down. And if it looks like it's going back down to the same price I bought in at, then I will get out. And it's kind of looking like it's going to do that right now. Any external pressure? Nope. Oh, oops. All right, something just froze, I think, because I had the dictation thing on, and yeah, it's frozen. Yup, it's not even refreshing. Dang. Well, it's working, but yeah, that is frozen. Damn. I think everything's frozen except still streaming. I can't talk to the LLM. Wait, here we go. It's just catching up. Okay. All right. Yeah, so it's having me start over because I refreshed it. Okay. This will be quick. All right, 65702. Position side was stop loss 65702. Take profit. I guess my first 71661. I took this trade because there was a long wick that marked like 2 days of going down, and the long wick bounced off of the main level of support in the range that it's been in for at least a week now. And I saw that and decided to buy. I got it very close to the bottom of the wick, and the price instantly went up afterwards. My goal for this trade is to stay in until it breaks its structure and starts to go back down, or hopefully stay in for a longer swing trade. But the price has been bouncing around in this range for a while now, so I think it's more likely that it hits the top of the range, and then bounces back down. So hopefully it goes up to the top of the range, and I'll take a lot of profit. If not, I'll just watch it and see if it breaks its structure before it hits the top of the range. But I'll leave in some profit in case it breaks out of the range. All right, any external pressure? Nope. Failed to create trade. All right, new error. All right, so I put in all my trade info on the app, and I clicked open trade, and I got an error message that says failed to create trade. And all these problems, I'm sure, are coming down to this Supabase and the how it's storing the information here. And this app would not have made sense to not have a sign in, because I mean, it has to remember you to be able to like coach you over time. Just like with the checklist, your app is trying to save your trade data into a trade list table, into a trades table that doesn't exist yet. So we need to open your browser console, inspect, click the open trade button again. It's got the 404 not found error just like before, so I know what this one is. It means the table doesn't exist, I feel like. All right, I got the console error, and I'm about to paste it here. But I think it's just going to have me create another table for this. Like, I'm surprised that Claude Code wasn't able to create these tables, and I have to do this automatically. Yup, the trade literally does not exist in the Supabase project yet. Just got to go to the SQL editor. So I already did this with the other one, the other table. Success, no rows returned. Okay. Hit run in the SQL editor. You should see success. Refresh the app. I gotta refresh the app. I have to put all this information again. $65702. And I think this might screw it up, because originally, like, I put my stop loss lower, but yeah, I'm just gonna do that so it doesn't. Well, that's not the price now anyway. Yeah, I'll just say I put it at like 65, 100, because that was more actually where I put it. I got in this trade because I saw the price had been going down for a few days, and it made a long wick that bounced off the bottom of the supply zone, support zone that it was in, and it had been bouncing off support and resistance in this same range for at least a couple weeks now. My goal for this trade is to hopefully hold it until it reaches the resistance that it's been bouncing off of for the past couple weeks, and then I will sell most of it and leave some in hopes that it breaks up through the resistance. And I'm going to watch to see if it starts breaking down before it hits that resistance, and then I'll just take profit early if it does. So I must have missed something. Oh, duh, I didn't put the coin. Come on, work. Yeah, failed to create a trade. See, I wish I would have, I thought I was going to do that. Could have saved myself the time. Okay. Yes, now it's giving me the 400 error. All right, so I tried. It said failed to create trade. I got the new error message that I'm about to post here. Let me know what you think I should do. I feel like this should not be so difficult. I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this. I'm even wondering if Claude Code could go in and do this, but I don't know that Claude Code can talk to Supabase. So basically, it went from 404 to not found to 400 bad request. It's actually a promotion. It means the trades table exists. Your app found it, but the app is trying to hand the database a piece of information, a column that isn't in the table yet. See, now it's just like guessing. It's like, I'm going to give you a kitchen sink SQL script. This adds the most common extra columns that AI generated trade journals usually include. I'm going to be like, hey, like, you're just doing a random thing. Like, I don't like that. All right, so you're just giving me like basic kitchen sink SQL script. I'm wondering, is there a way that I can like ask Claude Code, what exactly I need to do? And is there a way that I can involve Claude Code more with this process to make it easier to make these fixes? Vibe coding is at its best when the AI handles the plumbing so you don't have to copy paste SQL manually. Since Claude Code has direct access to your files, it can actually read your mind by looking at the code it just wrote to see exactly what the database should look like. Let Claude write the SQL. Back to the code. Problems, problems, and more problems. But I can solve them. Learning a lot about what happens when you have a login, a sign in. Okay, so we got, I'm just going to copy and paste this into the Gemini. I gave Claude Code that prompt and it gave me this back. That is a perfect SQL script. Claude Code didn't just guess like Gemini was trying to do. It looked at the code and saw exactly what I need to track. Um, the app is trying to save about 20 different fields, but our previous trades table only had about 5. Okay. Um, go to the SQL editor, paste the entire block of code Claude gave me. All right, I'm not exactly sure where the code begins and ends, so I'm going to paste what I think it is and let me know if that's what I need to paste into the SQL on Supabase. This is definitely the most difficult and boring problem I've had to deal with in a while, but it's still teaching me, so it's all good. Okay, success, no rows returned. I'm going to take it right back to the browser and try it again in the browser. Did it. Yeah, all right, awesome. Okay, so now it's going to remember me, and then when I go to close the trade, I just hit close trade. That's awesome. So yeah, I can't really do any more right now until I get out of this trade. Maybe it's looking like I should just close it right now. No, it popped back up. Yeah, as long as it bounces here, I'm going to stay in it. Even though it kind of broke down on its structure. Yeah, I think I need to stay in this one. Okay, so really like this is done. Um, can't really do much more with it until I close this trade and then I give it the information about where I closed it. But yeah, I ran into more problems and I just want to ask Gemini like why was that so difficult? All right, so that worked. So now essentially I'm really trying to wonder why this was so difficult. Like basically I'm wondering like anytime I do an app or a project that has a sign in where a person has to create an account, am I gonna have to do like a new Supabase um, API and essentially is it gonna be this difficult where I have to figure out what kind of table to put in and give it the SQL. Um, Mainly, I'm wondering like, is this something that I can like have Claude help me with? And now that I know what is all a part of this, I can just have it help me walk me through this from the start. It just seems like a lot of like problems that don't seem like they were necessary, and I feel like it's got to be easier than this in the future. Felt like a marathon just to open a single door. Well, I don't know about that. Like, I would have actually had more fun running a marathon than what I just did. But uh, the honest truth, it should have been easier. And in the future, it definitely will be. I just experienced a sync gap. The AI assistant Claude Code knew what the database should look like, but it didn't have the hands to actually reach into the Supabase account and build it for me. Here's a breakdown of why this was a headache and how to make it a 5-minute task for your next 29 apps. Next 29 apps. There are 3 main reasons this felt like a struggle. The mind-body problem. Claude Code lives in the terminal. Supabase lives in the cloud. Unless I give Claude the specific credentials to talk to Supabase's backend, it can write the code, but it can't turn the wrench in your database. So it's possible that I can give Claude credentials to talk to Supabase. I want to know how to do that. RSL, the hidden guard. Supabase is secure by default. This is great for real companies. But for what I'm doing, like just creating a new app every day, it's like having a security guard at your own front door who doesn't recognize you yet. Okay. But I'm learning. This is a process I'm going to have to do later anyway. When I build locally, things just work. When you connect to a real database, the rules get much stricter about column names and types. How to make it easier in the future. Start with the schema prompt before you even write the front end. Tell Claude, generate a schema SQL file that includes all the tables, RSL policies and triggers I'll need for this project. So that's a good thing for the Claude MD to update it. Use the one-click SQL editor instead of chasing errors one by one. So that way Claude should just give me like a whole like schema for the SQL. Okay. So Claude can do that from the start, and I didn't have to like go through it the way I did, but I wouldn't have known that unless I did it. All right. Standardize your Supabase API. I don't need new Supabase account for every app. Awesome. Can just create a new project within the existing account. Now that I've been through the war of the 400 errors, I can command Claude more effectively. So next time I should say, Claude, we're building a new app. I want you to act as my full stack architect. Before we write any React code, I need you to give me the SQL to set up my Supabase tables. So I know that I need to do this if there's a, I know I need to do this if there's going to be any kind of like database for login. I just learned more about databases in the last hour than most people do in a month of tutorials. Now I know how auth works and why email limits exist, what RLS is, and how to bypass or fix it, how to read the network payload, secure language of apps. Is there a prompt that you can give me that I can have Claude create in the Claude MD file that will essentially let it know to create um, the I guess it would be the SQL data that I would need if it is creating an app that is using Supabase. So it's saying don't do it in a Claude MD file. That I should create a Supabase guide.md file. So a bug again, man. The bug shows up right when all the bugs show up. That's crazy. All the bugs showed up in the app right when that bug showed up. Think of this as a system prompt extension. Saying that I should manually create the Supabase MD file and then no, that's not what I want to do. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm tired and hungry, so I'm gonna call it for tonight. I got the app made. It's the Trade Truth Journal. and it's definitely working. Hopefully it works for anybody else that they want to try it. I'm gonna put the what do you call it, the live link in the description for tomorrow. So yeah, I guess that's it for today. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say and do, and always new information I'm trying to bring to you as I learn it too. So yeah, that's it for today. Hope to see everybody next time. Definitely stay in the right abundant state of mind, and find whatever you need to find. And yeah, that's it. I'm out.